It's Sunday morning at the Masters, and what a day this could be for the #1 ranked player in the world, as the golf universe awaits a possible coronation of one of its biggest stars. Wondering, is this the day Dustin Johnson dons the green jacket? At sunup, with this early start, shrouded in fog and anticipation, and the autumn colors bursting all over this course, we are underway with Dustin Johnson at a 4-shot lead through 54 holes. He has just parred the first. And here's his tee shot at 2.
Couldn't tell.
He drove it right off the first into the bunker. Was able to knock it on the green 40 feet, 2-putt par. He couldn't tell where that finished, but he's driven it over the bunker there at 2, the par 5, which he has devoured all week long, including this second hole, which he has eagled twice. Cameron Smith, Answer, also all with opening pars. McIlroy at 9 under par, 1 under through his first 3. There's John Rahm at 9 under. Opening bogey, second hole birdie for Rahm. Going to be a 70-degree day. We expect the sun to outbattle the fog and deliver us a beautiful day of golf. This 54-hole lead of 4, and in fact the 200-shot total ties the 54-hole record of Jordan Spieth. Answer and Smith, 2 contenders here. And what a story that's been for them. All sub-70 rounds for them. Lowest scoring average through 3 rounds in Masters history, and you may have seen it as well. If Dustin shoots 369 today, he would set the all-time tournament scoring record. 270 is the current mark, first set in 1997, and Tiger's win for the ages, and then again matched in 2015 when Jordan Spieth was the victor. CBS golf team on site down at Amen Corner. At the entry of Amen Corner is Frank Nobilo. And then Ian Baker Finch calls Azalea, the 13th and 17 as well. Bill McAtee in his 30th Masters at 14. Trevor Immelman, the 2008 champion, at 15. Vern Lundquist, his 36th Masters call, is at the 16th. And Dottie Pepper's on the course following the Dustin Johnson final group of 3. And Amanda Balionis conducting the post-round interviews. Let's get out to the play at the 4th.
And Rory McIlroy trying to hit a high fade into the par 3. Difficult hole location today in that front left portion. And will that stay up there? There's a false edge there that players need to be careful of. That is a fantastic shot from McIlroy. Over to 2.
This is Dylan Fratelli putting for eagle, long range here, about 90 feet. Through the fringe. It's got plenty of speed. Down the slope now. And that's a marvelous effort for Dylan Fratelli. Played here in 2018. Man from South Africa. Went to University of Texas. To 3.
And Patrick Reed, Masters champion, has laid up. Familiar Sunday hole location. That little piece on the left. And if you miss the mark, the shortest par 4 at Augusta can play very difficult. And that's a hellacious up and down to try and get from there to 7.
Tiger in the second cut. Level for his final round after the long day yesterday, and that's all he could do. Over to 2.
And just a moment ago, this is Justin Thomas, unfortunately for par. He just let it slip a little bit late in the round yesterday, did Justin? Coming in here and with such high hopes, in good form. Number 3 in the world rankings. John Rahm number 2, and of course Dustin Johnson leads the world rankings currently as number 1. And all 3 were tied for the lead after 36 holes. First time that's ever happened in a major. Beautiful view there of the 3rd hole. We'll head there now.
Yeah, speaking of Rahm, par birdie start. Oh, this is going to get better. Oh, still will be fast. 7 back, so he needs birdies and help. Now back to the 2nd.
Where the man with the yellow flag is up top there is where that bunker is. Oh, Fratelli, who likes to putt with the flag in. Same as Adam Scott. Not many players do it, but he certainly does. Unfortunately missing that birdie putt. This one left for par. He was the first player on the PGA Tour to win a PGA Tour event with the flag in on the 72nd hole. Back at the Quad Cities tournament a couple of years back. 3-putt par for Dylan. And he will remain 11 under, 5 behind Johnson. He's back up on top of the hill watching this happen. Australian Cameron Smith leads the field in putting this week. And makes birdie at the 2nd to get to 13 under. So he's an outright 2nd now. Maybe he can do what Adam Scott did in 2013, first Australian to win the Masters. Now Dustin.
Ian, he has 237 to the front. This is the 7 wood he's carried for most of the summer, hanging downhill lie.
What a great club for this shot.
It is absolutely perfect.
Well, it won't be an easy chip from there. Not a lot of green to play with, but he may be able to use that little back slope long and left of the hole to bring it back. Now, Dottie, Abraham Answer, hasn't he played well this week?
He certainly has. I think so inspired by the Ortiz win last week in Mexico. This was very low toward the right front bunker.
Masters rookie. No player from Mexico has ever won a major. Born in Texas, raised in Reynosa, Mexico till he was 14 years of age, a dual citizen. Played college golf at University of Oklahoma. So many great golfers coming out of there. Now Sung Jae Im, also at 12 under.
And also a Masters rookie.
Just 22, Dottie.
He plays a very old game for 22 years old.
Yes, he does.
And plays a lot of it. We know he rarely takes a week off. Best angle of the 3, 225.
Beautiful rhythmic swing. Oh, and just a yard too far. That could have taken a right kick just as well. That'll be a quick tip down there. Young man from Jeju Island in Korea, 22, turned pro in 2015 at just the age of 17. PGA Tour Rookie of the Year in 2019. And his 7th career major appearance. Best finish 22nd this year at the US Open at Winged Foot. But just a really nice young fella. Smooth swing. Not really the model of the young players coming out on tour these days. Big 6'4", 200-pounders. Over to the 3.
Fortunate to stay up, but he was trying to hit it close. Took the risk. As I said, just 350 yards. It's 90 yards shorter than any other par 4 here at Augusta as we go to 4.
And McIlroy trying to make back-to-back birdies. And that's what you find at Augusta National. If you miss it on the low side, that ball starts to pick up speed. Up to 7.
Tiger. This is his third shot. 133 remaining to this elevated green. This is the birdie location, and that spins back, and it's like it's right up against the collar. To 3.
Hoping to chip in. So, pretty average start. Par at the first 2, and certain to drop at least 1 shot here. Back to the par 5 second.
Dustin Johnson, of course, grew up just an hour or so away from here in Columbia, South Carolina. He and brother Austin taking a good look. They're a great team. They really have worked well together for a number of years now. Keep each other nice and relaxed. Austin's a pretty good player too, Dottie.
He is, and I think a few people sort of doubted if this brother connection would be okay, and it's been more than okay.
It sure has. To 3.
To get to 10 under. Good par 2 from Rahm. Of course, he was going well yesterday. Got in trouble at the par 5 8, Ian.
Yes, he did, down the left, where we've seen many challengers lose their way, Frank, as we watch Dustin now. Not easy with this distance from the tight lie, Dottie.
No, but I think it's not as tight as you would have had this tournament been in April. There's still a little Bermuda under there, a little bit of cushion.
Too much cushion. Damp conditions, so much humidity this week. We need a good wind to come through and dry it out. So now we hope that that hasn't plugged. He's eagled this hole twice this week, first and third rounds, now struggling for par. Now Abe Answer.
And if you're Abe Answer or Sung J M, you just got a little more pep in your step, because, you know, maybe there's an opening with a guy who's been pretty bulletproof all week.
Whoa.
Brilliant.
Had a look on the way by. Careful. Don't hit those ankles. It's early in the round. Two bogey-free rounds so far in the 3 for Dustin Johnson. That's the third tee box, about 50 yards farther back towards 7 green. It's that penultimate group teeing off there. Well, that's what he's been doing so well. He hits a lot of fairways, nearly all of them so far this week. Most greens of anyone in the field, but when he gets in trouble, just takes it so casually, no problems. Just a tap in left for the par here at the second. So
when your wedge game is as good as his, you don't have to be sort of on this emotional roller coaster.
Butch Harmon really helped him with that a few years back. He had him out on the range with his monitor every day. He'd go out for an hour before, hitting wedge shots, pitch shots. This was the third shot that he hit a little heavy.
Seemed like to me there was a little bit of deceleration, or maybe trying to be just a little too perfect, Ian.
Yes, that shot, I was surprised actually, Dottie. I thought he might have gone a little long there and used the backstop a bit, but he went for it.
Agreed.
Now this one will be fast. We've seen him chip in multiple times already this week. Wonderful touch.
You get some sense of the speed there.
Another. Of Coincidentally, Sungjae has Bobby Brown on the bag with him as caddy. He used to be Dustin Johnson's caddy. Over to 7, Tiger.
Our defending champion. This is for par. So Tiger will drop back to 4 under. Returning to a course with so many remarkable memories that historically just summons his best. Knows every blade of grass, exactly what he's trying to do, how he wants to execute every shot. 3.
Cameron Smith. It's been the choice for a lot of players. Lad up, full wedge, get it to stop. Great shot. There's only about 4 or 5 yards to play with on that left side. So Smith will have a chance to get to 14 under as we go back to 2.
Allowed to tap down any blemishes in the surface now since the rule change a couple of years back. Best rule change of all, I believe. Players would agree with me.
Well, especially in a morning where there's a lot of humidity and it's still, there's still a lot of dew out here. It hasn't dried out yet.
Yeah, it was a foggy morning. Sun starting to shine through. Beautiful chip down the hill there after a good second that just didn't quite take the bank. Him to go 13 under. You'd wonder how he could ever miss with that stroke. So Smith and Im both birdieing the second to go 13 under. Smith, Masters rookie. Sorry, Im, Masters rookie. Smith, of course, had finished 5th here a couple of years back. Now, can Abraham Answer get his up and down for the birdie as well? Told us if he wasn't a golfer, he'd be a Formula One driver. That's his other passion. And he raced that one by. A lot of players have said that this week, Dottie, that they've missed a lot of putts on the high side.
Well, there's one caddy actually this week took his yardage book with 12 years worth of notes in it and didn't even open it because he felt like the golf course played so different. It's not the same place that everybody remembered.
That is a great point, Dottie. Green's a little slower, the humidity a big part of that. Just a par. Will remain 4 back, I would think. Dustin just the tap in left for the par. In his last 6 starts, he's had 3 seconds and 2 firsts. The player in form, and the rest of the field has to beat coming in here, and a 3-shot advantage heading to the 3rd tee.
Interesting shot here for Fratelli. And that shows you how far he can hit it off the tee. Actually drove it into that bunker. So one of the few guys to try and hit driver off the 3rd tee to 4.
And Sebastian Munoz here at the 4th. Very narrow entrance to this green here, only about 10 yards wide, so players need to be extremely accurate. And look at this. Keep coming. That is an incredible shot. There's only ever been 1 ace at the 4th hole in the Masters. 1992, Jeff Sluman. Over to 5.
Matsuyama has this for birdie. Well, he had a good chance to make a run at that. How do you think the course is going to play today, Nick, versus the first 3 rounds?
It looks very playable. Perfect weather, still soft, still very. Everybody can control these approach shots.
To 7.
Webb Simpson after a perfect drive, and look at this.
That's the only one gathering hole location on the golf course today.
3.
To get within 4, Fratelli. So many first-timers playing well this year. He changed to a 46-inch driver, which gave him quite a few more miles per hour. That's one way to do it. And just about as long as anyone, maybe excluding Bryson. Good start though, 3 pars when you're a little nervous. And of course, big talk coming in, largest 54-hole leads since 2000. Rory McIlroy could have walked away with his first ever Masters, still trying to complete the Grand Slam. Spieth, 2015, went on to tie the record at 18 under. What will this year be for Dustin Johnson? 4th time in a major championship with a lead or co-lead after 54 holes. It's also the world #1. Important day. What a difference his resume will look like should he go on to win. Now at the 3rd, Thomas in a little bit of trouble, needs this for par. And maybe, just maybe, because he can make birdies in bunches. But at the moment, 7 shots behind Dustin Johnson. Now, back to Answer at the tee.
This is sort of the conventional play, and that hole is in the front, anywhere in the front portion of the green. They're going to lay up and work an angle.
Yeah, leave about 130-yard shot. Dottie will try and drive it as close as you can. Now, if you have a little check at the leaderboard, if Cameron Smith pops this in, we just might have someone that's prepared to take up the challenge today. Great start. Birdies at 2 and 3 and only 2 behind.
Just get through 4, 5 and 6 nicely. They're the 3 toughies right now.
Dustin.
There was no hesitation going with this club, Frank.
Dottie, what's forgotten too was, remember the meniscus tear? So we saw some strange results. Wasn't until Hartford he started to swing the club well again.
The tee shot he hit at Hartford, it left a few mouths agape. It was enormous.
He went on to win that week. The drives like that, one that Dottie just referenced, the 18th hole just pounded it. And that was the signal of his return back. To 4.
And Munoz, after that brilliant iron shot, rolls that in for birdie. That gets him to 10 under. And what a first Masters he is having. Over to 12.
Just a moment ago, 2015 Masters champion, just his 3rd hole. 2 tees operating today, 60 players. Yeah, I think this hole owes him more than one. He'd finished 2nd in 14, wins in 15, and remember had a lead coming into that hole. Quadruple bogey 7. Talk to Tom Weiskopf. He said he'll never ever forget that. To 15.
And the amateur Andy Ogletree, beautiful 2-putt birdie there at the 15th. That gets him to 1 under. And those are the 2 amateurs that made the cut here. Ogletree and Augenstein. Whoever shoots the lowest score between these 2 will be down in Butler Cabin for the ceremony later today. And what a thrill that will be. Now, up the tee at the 4th, Cameron Smith now just 2 behind Johnson after birdies at the 2nd and 3rd. Okay. Actually a better miss there in the left bunker than what it is in the right bunker to that whole location. But he'll still have his work cut out for him to make a par here. And Fratelli, this is his second Masters. Missed the cut in his first try back in 2018. And that'll be okay there. A little bit of a double breaker, but he would have practiced that putt. Over to 3.
And answer.
126 to the front left. 137 total. You lay this ball back thinking you're going to have more spin on it because there is that extra little lip we've talked about that you have to cover. And only about 4 steps behind it.
You can make 4 very easily on this hole. Take that flag on, and then those sort of things happen. That's a good 8 feet below the level of the putting surface. Dustin will just keep walking to his drive. To 5.
Here is Koepka. Huh. Oh, what a good shot. You'd never believe that's been kind of like the easiest bunker on the whole golf course.
We've seen it all week.
It's pretty daunting. It's 5-6 feet deep. They've turned it into target practice. We've seen everybody get up and down, which you wouldn't expect. Let's go back to 3.
And Dottie, one of those shots in between wedges.
Even when the golf course is a little soft, this still scares me. This one has to be so precise.
If it comes in a little low and a little quick, it won't hold.
It'll almost like ricochet. It does have a club set way open, Frank.
And that also increases the bounce of the club.
Yeah, and the downslope.
Oh, really good.
That was no rookie play, was it?
It's not that easy.
He made it look that way, but we know it's not.
Defending champion. He'll be putting the green jacket perhaps on this man. Long way to go. Does he have to bump this into the bank?
He has that option, yes. But it's that lip that we talked about that if it's not perfect, it could really bust you. I think given the upslope, Frank, he can fly this ball on the green.
Oh, no problem. That's safe. Just give yourself 12, 15 feet. Not his best, but not his worst. Really his first legitimate birdie putt so far today. Played the front 9 so far this week, 9 under. Yeah, no fun down here for Answer.
Talked about needing to play a mistake-free round of golf, and that's over.
Well, I guess he nearly made the bunker shot previous hole.
Yes, he certainly did. This one is much more difficult. He cannot even see the top of the flagstick from down there.
You just had to dig down. You see the knee sag. That is the fast putt here for Ancer to try and remain at 12 under. Across to 16.
And here's your second look for Andy Ogletree. And that will be a memory for the 2019 U.S. Amateur Champion. Back-to-back birdies in the final round. And 2 under par. Let's go to 18.
Here is Bryson DeChambeau at his 9th hole. 1 under for the round.
Yeah, nearly made a 2 at the 13th. It came back, grazed the hole, finished big foot from the hole. Playing with Bernard Langer, so that would be quite... Bernard's going to have some stories to tell after that.
Yeah, it's hardly fair. There's about an 80-yard gap between those two off the tee. Let's go to 4.
And Smith, big break from the left-hand side here. Needs a lot of spin on it too. And that is so well played. He's 4 out of 6 in sand saves so far this week. But the pressure's up now, and he wants to keep the heat on Johnson after that fast start. Back over to 3.
Ancer needing fine touch down the hill.
It will definitely go to the back of the green.
So he'll drop down to making his job a little harder. Amazing that the first time it has not won since Fuzzy Zeller, 79. And Zeller that year, what, 4 times a runner-up, came in good form, as has Ancer. Sungjae Im a win this year. Rory McIlroy still bouncing back despite that opening round of 75. Now Johnson.
The subtleties of this hole, he now, although he's beyond the hole, he's putting back up to it. Should also want to go to the right. Yeah, Austin's putting as if he thinks it's going to be about 1.25 cups out to the left.
First birdie of the day. 17 under. 1 away from the record.
Nice putt.
Yep. Strut to the 4th tee. Great birdie. To 4.
And Fratelli for birdie. First piece goes a little right and then starts to come back. Gets pretty quick right about here. That's well done. Back over to 3.
Sungjae Im to answer and stay within 3. So a good start by Im. Birdies at 2 and 3. And 3 behind Dustin Johnson. Sunday morning, November. We've waited all year for this Masters. It'd be like not having Christmas.
From the Augusta National Golf Club in Augusta, Georgia, CBS Sports proudly presents the Masters for the 65th time. Such a pleasure and honor to be here. And yes, the sun is shining after an overcast, foggy beginning that pushed back tee times about 10 minutes. We're going to have an early afternoon finish here, and will Dustin be able to hold on and win that green jacket? Raised about 75 miles from here over in the Columbia, South Carolina area. This was always the tournament that meant the most to him, and perhaps he's just settled into his round with that key putt for birdie just holed a moment ago over at the third. Weather is beautiful. The only issues we had all week long were early Thursday morning after the honorary starters got things underway. It's going to hit 70, and it feels so good. As Frank said, hey, it's like a year without Christmas. Long awaited for Masters tournament is here. Let's bring it down to Butler Cabin and just say hello, friends. Jim Nance along with Sir Nick Faldo, and this is the room where the green jacket will be presented. Yeah, there you go, right there, 6 feet apart. What do you think for Dustin?
Yeah.
What are going to be the key points today? And that was a big putt that he just made.
We've got all the stats. He's literally #1 in driving, #1 in hitting greens, but it's here and here now, isn't it? And the nerve factor. You know, after what happened down the second, I wanted to go and lead with all the key drives are important, but it's the touch around the greens. That was a fantastic up and down, brilliant putt. So that is so important. But the chasing guys look very comfortable, don't they? They no problem. They're behind. They're rookies. Nothing. They don't know what to expect. They just go and play. A huge feather in their cap. Just go and play great today.
And one of the things you were saying to watch for today, just his tee shots off the 4 par 5s. He failed to birdie 2 after driving it in the first cut. And we'll see what happens with the other 3. But the lead is 3 as we go back out live to the 4th.
And Sung Jae Im.
Trevor, what breeze there is hurting the players and should really negate the elevation change. Beautiful golf shot.
Yeah, that sure is. Flew it right into that backstop behind the hole location. That'll just feed back down toward the edge of the green, but from there we'll be putting uphill. What a start the 22-year-old is off to. Now DJ.
That's a 4-iron in his hand.
Through 3 rounds, Dustin was leading greens in regulation. 47 of the 54 greens he'd hit, so swing is on point.
Yeah, it was a clinic he put on yesterday, both with irons and driving the golf ball.
Oh, comes up just short there.
Yeah, wind came up and just knocked it right out of the air.
Over to 5.
Smith parted all 3 days. Well, what is played is the hardest hole through the first 3 rounds.
Oh, you see the Magnolia she's on with the big shiny one? I like the left edge of the center of that one.
18 has been the second most difficult, but that's a terrific drive for Smith, who looks very comfortable, as Nick said. Let's go back to the 4th.
And Abraham Ansah.
Tough place, Trevor, to try to get a round back on track.
Sure is. From 4 through 7, really just trying to hang on until you can get to the par 5 8th. Looks like he's setting up for some kind of draw here. Oh, and just flies into the lip there. That is going to leave an extremely difficult up and down. But this man has great touch around the green, so if anybody can do it, he can. Over to 18.
And again, the 9th hole for Bryson, looking for birdie after a wonderful approach. It's been such a strange journey since Thursday for Bryson, having to take a penalty shot and then an early double on his 3rd hole of the tournament, or 4th hole of the tournament. And then a lost ball the 2nd day over at the 3rd, a ball that was found just minutes after the 3-minute search had run out. led to a triple. Also saying Friday night that he was feeling under the weather and dizzy and disoriented, but all of those things adding up to a 4-under par performance to this point, tied for 24th with the likes of Tiger. Let's go to the 6th.
And Rory McIlroy for birdie. Well, still chasing that elusive title championship at Augusta.
Dustin Johnson just on the front there at the 4th with a 3-shot lead. McIlroy has been trying to play catch up ever since an opening 75. Speaking of openings, Thursday morning, if you love this game and you ever have the chance to see it, the honorary tee shots. So special, and it was again this year with Chairman Fred Ridley introducing the legends off number 1, Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus. That was at 6:53 Thursday morning. In less than 5 months, the golf world will gather again here at Augusta. And the announcement this week from Chairman Ridley that Lee Elder, the first black golfer to ever play in the Masters back in 1975, will be joining Gary and Jack on the first tee as one of the honorary starters. Let's go back out to the 4th,
where it appears that Dustin Johnson is away, Dottie.
It does appear that he's going to play first. That ball only released out of its own pitch mark by maybe 2 balls width. The biggest part of this putt is the false front that's 7 yards deep, right about where he's standing.
It's quite steep, that bank that he has to putt up, isn't it?
It is wicked steep there, yes. I don't think there's a chance that he leaves it at its feet, but it's going to be a big part of the speed.
I think the most important thing is going to be how the ball rolls through the fairway. Because if it starts to lose momentum early, it's just not going to have enough to climb up that bank.
Yeah, if it gets a little bit of a bounce off the Bermuda that's still strong part of the surface right now, that could kill some of the speed. It did hop.
So he's got a lot of work left there to try and save par. He was bogey free in the 3rd round. Flawless round of golf yesterday. But adversity coming early in this final round for Dustin Johnson. Had to make a great save over a 2, which is a hole he would have been thinking about making birdie. Now answer.
Ball released out of its impact marker right in the bottom of the bunker. Good lie.
That's very good. It's about as good as you can do without hitting the flag stick. That bunker right around 8 feet deep. Over to 5.
Cam Smith, who really much of the international world found out about him, even though he was winning all kinds of events in Australia as a junior and as an amateur. This one's gotten away from him.
Yeah,
oh boy, careful.
And misses that bunker, which they've been using as a kind of side stop.
There's like no room coming up.
So he pulls one at the 4th. Fabulous bunker shot to make par, but that one will be really difficult. Not much. It's got a little bit of a backstop for safety, but the lie down there will not be easy.
We first found out about him at Chambers Bay when he finished fourth at the U.S. Open, won by Spieth by 1 over Dustin Johnson. So they're on the same leaderboard again, DJ and Smith, as we go back to the fourth.
And Sung Jae Im looking at this birdie putt. First part of this putt is going to be coming back up the hill, but then a sharp turn to the right as it gets down near the cup. This to get within 2. So, like we've seen throughout the week, number of players missing on the high side, but no damage done there. This fourth hole has started to show some teeth here over the weekend, playing much more difficult. So par 3, a good score.
Well, the putt on the third was huge, Trevor, wasn't it? That left an awkward putt, but this one will be huger.
Well, this is one of those putts that you got to do a couple things right, because you're playing it so far out the hole, breaking from his right hand side. You then also have to dial up that perfect speed to be able to pour it in there.
Probably just need to hit it just a smidgen. I'd go for the firmer one because it's a little uphill, isn't it?
Definitely coming back uphill.
Which is the same as that one on the third. That was a little uphill, so
you see on that graphic there, as you would expect from a man who is 17 under, putter has been red hot.
Said he's been trying to carry his hands a little bit higher at address, and looking at it as simple as I'm trying to start it at my spot, get it online as soon as I possibly can.
That familiar routine, trying to get that right elbow nice and relaxed as he gets into position.
He even putted putts like that on the practice green this morning.
That's about the most emotion that I've seen out of Dustin throughout the week.
that's going to start to tighten up the tee shots now at the fifth, because he now realizes one more little mistake and the guys are going to catch him.
And only 4 holes in, and that lead has been cut in half.
At the fifth, Fratelli drove it into a fairway bunker and couldn't advance it that far. He'll have this long putt for par. Currently 5 back at a time for fourth with Answer, who's about to step in over at the fourth.
And made the bogey at the third, so needs us to go in to stop the bleeding here.
Yeah, the man who doesn't missed that one on the second, which really must have rocked his socks, I would have thought.
Funny how your hands just feel a little different.
Yeah.
In the final round of the Masters.
Hey, there's a science into that, Trevor, as well. When you get nervous, you get less blood in your hands, and that's why you then think, oh, they feel different, and you react differently. So that's what they're going to be dealing with on Sunday. All the whole new feeling, your body, your hands, your mind.
Ken Tackett from the Masters Rules Committee and the PGA Tour. He's getting relief over here, Nick.
I can't quite see with the shadows. I assume is that sprint. Well, it might be a little bit of dampness still there.
You mean like casual water?
Well, usually a guy would be squidging around to show, to prove it, but he's not doing that. So I'm not sure at this time.
Back on the tee.
Well, let's see if this man can just keep this consistency of the fade just about every single time. A couple of pulls yesterday. No, perfect. How about that? It's your 1 yard. Or is it? It's dead straight. Not even a 1 yard fade. Dustin's going to see that and start asking the question, does this man ever hit one shot offline?
He's a young man. He's only 22.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah. Ranked 25th in the world.
This was a tee shot that Dustin got very fortunate with yesterday. Found this little sliver of space between the two bunkers.
They're on top of the hill, little right to left wind.
And that wind is actually picking up.
Oh, that's nailed straight at the bunkers again. And in them. Oh boy, now we have an interesting situation. Suddenly the fade's not coming back. Little shaky start.
And look at the lie, so much improved after getting relief. So he can still escape with a par. Nick?
Yeah,
this fifth hole is such a test.
Magnificent par 4. The tee's been there about a couple of years now, stretched out, managed to get an extra 40 yards, 2 huge bunkers and an elevated fairway to the right of the bunkers. You cannot go left, you'd be blocked by the trees. You see the absolute perfect land again. It would turn, and then this is one of the iconic greens in the world of golf. Very famous with its S-shaped false front. Well, it's not really, it's a ridge through the front section. Whole location way back today. Cannot pull it into that left bunker. Middle of the green is great. Just get it to release. And as I've said many a time, 2 putts, get out of there.
How about 12 birdies for the entire week?
Wow. That's
off the tee. No.
Well, that's looking for the fade. It didn't happen. So that's we're trying to stress. The body will feel a little different. Timing, a fractional difference.
What a steep face, though, on this bunker.
Yeah, it's 8 feet deep down there at least. So we'll rely on leaving a nice number.
Well, that tells a lot right there. The fact he's hit only one of his first 4 fairways after hitting them all.
Yeah, 2 to the right, 1 to the left.
For Telly now, he has a long par putt too, like Smith.
Little misread.
He leaves the flagstick in on pretty much everything inside of 30 to 40 feet. He wears those long sleeves, he said. Helps him stay cool and keeps the sun off his arms.
Yeah, the sun sleeves.
Yeah.
I tried them once in Asia and I hit a shank first go. So it lasted for 1 shot.
Yesterday on the second 9, Cam hit 3 greens and shot 33. 9 1 putts.
Number 1 putter.
And it's not going to get there.
Just first 2 months of our COVID time off tour, he went fishing every day in Ponte Vedra, and finally a month before he said I didn't know when my start date was going to happen for the starter. So once they told me we were starting again,
Then I went to the practice ground. So he's a great fishing guide if you're in the Ponte Vedra area.
DJ's going to go ahead. He can't get it to the green. He's not going to try do anything crazy here. Just advance it as far as he can.
Now this is very smart. He's got 181 to the front. Business number one is always to get the ball out. Give yourself a chance to save.
Yeah, as always, a daunting little third now. Got to get over the ridge, otherwise it spins back. And if you get a little too bold, it would hop over the back.
Let's go to 7.
Here's Koepka. Third shot just off the green. Oh, there you go. First birdie of the day. 9 under to 5.
So, in his second Masters, Fratelli. First round co-leader. When he shot 65, shared it with Paul Casey and Dustin. He'd just like to have his second round back because he came on Saturday and shot 67.
Yeah, well, he learned from that. He lost his tempo. He was really fast and furious that day, and then obviously recognized that and came back the next day and was way better.
Back down the 5th.
That's Abraham Answer from 241 yards total. This hole even completely different from yesterday with the wind switching.
Wants it to climb the hill.
Dustin looking back at M, who is his closest pursuer, with Smith dropping back to 13 under. M at 14, 2 off the lead. Could really put some more pressure with a great iron shot here.
This is very low and headed left.
Wow, you don't see. He can't do that intentionally. Can't hit a draw. Doesn't even try it.
Oh, and disappears over there, short of where we saw Cameron Smith get relief, and that's thick and going to be a juicy lie, and again, no green to work with.
That looked like one of the fences at the Grand National, where that plowed into that. Yeah, everybody will be feeling it today, Dottie, won't they? Just because Dustin's, just slowed down, that means these guys think, oh my goodness, I've got a chance, and then they go, oh my goodness, this is the Masters.
That's exactly right, and especially for these guys who are really in contention for the first time for a major championship. It's a learning experience, as you said, about everything your body feels, how it reacts.
Dustin's been there. He's felt it. They've been negative, but there we go. That's a huge shot. That's a fabulous shot. You can see how it falls off the back edge.
Nick, that might have been a very key little 2-shot moment in this final round.
Yeah.
M had the chance to apply some heat. He's going to have a hard time making par, and Dustin has a great chance to save one as we go to the 6th.
Cameron Smith. Hole location traditional for Sunday. Back right. And he's off the green. So one ball. And that ball, the result of this effort from Justin Thomas. 8 iron.
Go on.
Very nice. Now we're live. Here's Fratelli. unhappy. Pretty obvious when the ball is 3 feet off the club and he reaches down and picks up the tee. And grab a banana.
Gets a potassium for the brain, Vern.
And back to 5.
Well, Answer has a long putt. You know, it might end up, Dustin might be closer than anyone else after they play their thirds.
Yeah, good point. It'd be a really good putt for Abraham to get inside that one. Huge swing. The whole right-hand side of this green is really where it mounds and falls off.
This is the one I want to see, Dottie.
Well, the ball has actually settled down in that second cut, and it almost looks like an infinity sort of shot over the bunker. That there's just not much to work with. Got the club set way, way open as he puts it in there the first time. So we're going way high. And I think you start looking just beyond the hole. Where do I land this to give myself a chance to save? Don't complicate.
Yeah,
the error.
Yeah, your minimum is got to land it flag high. You don't want to get super cute.
Don't make it more complicated than it is, and don't compound it.
Oh, there you go.
Do you do that?
Well, I think it was just sitting up enough. So it was a fabulous shot. Yeah, they're going to start looking each other in the eye now. But
Kentucky coming over. Answer might be having a hard time replacing the ball. Dottie?
That's exactly right. There's such enough slope there that just having a hard time getting that ball to be put back in play.
Even if I address it.
Try to get it in there as close as possible if it's not exact.
Have a hard time replacing it, Nick. How did it stop there in the first place?
I agree. Yeah, how good is the camera now? Look at dimples.
Okay, nobody breathe.
I was just going to say that.
Oh, and look what he has. This is a masterpiece. That's 5th green. And while he surveys, we go to the 6th.
Dylan Fratelli, a long way from home. Well, very nice. Back to 5.
This is like a slingshot, this one. Aim right and it will just keep turning. I mean, just slightly right. Like 15, 18 feet?
At least. It's a wonderful putt. Well, Dustin ends up being the one away after 3 shots are played. Big par putt coming up. Let's go to 6.
This is Cameron Smith, chip. A little delicate because of the nature of the green. If you get too aggressive, it's down and way far away. Let's go back to 5.
Now the pressure's back on Dustin. The other two guys are looking good. Now he has to make.
Never in a hurry on the green. He knows what he wants to do. Is resolute on his full shots. This year marking, by the way, the 150-year anniversary, if you will, since the birth of Dr. Alistair McKenzie, Bobby Jones' collaborator here at Augusta. And McKenzie once said that this 5th green, in his mind, has characteristics of the road hole green at St. Andrews. Nick, you hold some big ones. This is a big one for Dustin.
A little weak again, a hair weak. Notice that feeling of impact, just that 1-2 inches through the ball, a fraction more commitment.
And the lead is 1. All of that you had built up in the bank is pretty much gone. Let's go to 6.
Cameron Smith for par. And he remains 2 off the lead now in his 4th Masters. Back to 5.
And now M. And that's just a splendid up and down par. Fratelli made his 2nd putt at the 6th. For his par. And let's go back to 6.
Well, this is a moment ago. This was Justin Thomas. And there's a possibility that has gone away. Here's back to 5.
Answer with his par. He's been a runner-up twice this year. Finished 2nd to Andrew Landry out in Palm Springs, but shot final round 63. He finished 2nd in the 2nd tournament after the restart at Hilton Head to Webb Simpson, who shot 65 in the last day, so he doesn't go away. But looking back at the 3rd shot at 2, that surprised you, Nick?
Well, it's a tricky field shot off an awkward lie. You know, he drove into the right rough and tried his 7-wood, left himself a little too close to the green.
But he saved par, made birdie at 3, and then unable in 3 putts, the first one coming from off the front, to save par at the 4th. Tee shot did him in here at the 5th.
Yeah, just too straight. Lost the fade. He's got to find that, got to get that feeling again. A 7th is a tough tee shot. It just had to be hit 4 inches harder and he would have made it.
And now the final grouping stands on the tee at 6.
And you see the overhead view of the par 3 6th. Playing today at 185 yards. And about a 30-foot drop from tee to green.
Where have you got the wind, Dottie?
I have it. If anything, it would be from the player's right. Right now, there's not. There is up high. You can see the trees moving.
Yeah. Well, from the right helps. Well, helps. Actually, all these guys. They're all faders.
179 to the top. This is a 7-iron.
Yeah, anything on the flag and right hand edge of the green is perfect.
Breeze just came up, Nick, and now it's trying to help.
He's come over the top of that one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Really difficult to pull the right club there.
To 17.
Cam Smith. Looks to be headed right.
Yeah, he lost a couple yesterday evening, didn't he? Especially at 17. Oh, is he might get away with that one, Bill. Certainly far enough down.
Well offline. Very narrow driving hole back to 6.
Abraham Answer.
Same club, 7.
Look at those clouds. Clouds are going left to right.
The grass's caddy flew up was straight down.
Done the same. Done the same. This is your yardstick on your nerve, this 6 hole. Can you hit that upper plateau?
How about Dustin Johnson's frame of mind?
Well, I haven't noticed his demeanor change. There's no sign of frustration. His pacing has remained the same. He's going with 8 iron. It would favor him because of the way he flights the ball to the right. Can he release it?
Should work on the wind. Huh, sure will. Very important. Very important, that, Vern. That's like a nerve check of the day.
And let's go to 8.
Watch out for Rory. 2 birdies so far today. 330-yard drive here at the 8th. And he flies it on for 2. So he has an eagle putt. Could Rory McIlroy come back from an opening 75 on Thursday? He's 10 under par and just 5 off the lead of Dustin Johnson. Eagle putt upcoming for Rory, birdie for Dustin. Stay with us.
The Masters is sponsored by Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. AT&T. And by IBM. The world is going hybrid with IBM. Things have tightened in the final round. It's down to 1. Quick nod to Lance Barrow, our coordinating producer, our leader, who has been working this tournament for CBS since 1977. He's put his heart and soul into this tournament. His wife Melissa and daughters Katie and Caroline will attest to that. And his passion, it has come through time and time again. His 44th Masters tournament. We're all grateful for his friendship and leadership. We're back at the 6th.
And Sung J M. That is a deft touch.
Yeah, that was very good, because it looked like it was sitting down a touch. He's kind of scooped it perfectly.
To 7.
Well, this is what Cam Smith is facing.
Just not sure of any options of a bailout, to be honest.
It's a full swing trying to go up and over. Oh, that is
unbelievable.
Really remarkable. What a shot.
Well, they always say you've got to keep it below the hole, but that was taking it a bit far.
Talented 27-year-old right in the thick of the conversation here on Sunday. Back over to 6.
And a 29-year-old, Abraham Answer.
Good 5 feet of elevation change. And then you can't see it.
He's kind of been under pressure on every putt so far today, Dottie, hasn't he?
He has. He hasn't made it easy for himself.
And to 7.
From the second cut, Fratelli, 135 remaining. This was a few moments ago.
Well, that's only possible because of the greens are still holding. Normally that from that angle is impossible to do that.
You'll have a great chance to get it to 11 under. Back to 6.
Where Dustin Johnson looks over a birdie possibility.
Vern, it seems to me that in major championships there are statement moments throughout the week, and especially on Sunday, and this could be one of them. If he can somehow hold this and get things going in the right direction with the opportunity at 8, we've seen 9 actually be a birdie opportunity this week. Could get him back in that mode where he's been for 3 days.
Well, such a contrast Saturday to Sunday. Not unusual, I guess, but
no.
He had a torrid start yesterday and a shaky start today for birdie.
That little touching the right elbow to maintain the levelness of the 2 elbows, which he does.
All right. Now let's see if he can build on that. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys, back where he started this morning. To 8.
Has had 3 eagles here in the past. The first 3 rounds, just 3 birdies. This will really pick up speed here. And it's looking good. Lovely touch. Looked good for a long way, didn't it? So Rory McIlroy will be 3 under par through 8. 11 under as we go back to 6.
And Sung J M. Oh, gosh.
Well, there was a moment.
He had such a great opportunity to salvage par on this. Not to be. A 4 on 6.
Stand still back there, guys.
And that's going to leave it up to Abraham Answer. See if he can find a 3. Well, the contrast with DJ's experience, 23 tour wins. And these 2 young men, Answer and Kim, first Masters for each. Wow.
Well, if you watch the tour, Vern, he's the man I can almost say every time, this man can putt, and he holds it for me to just make the point. But 2 short misses today from a guy who just doesn't miss. Must be brutal. Hey, that's a head scramble, that one now.
Well, they need to take a deep breath and gather things. We go to 8.
Just a tap in for birdie for Rory. Will be the first time in his 12 Masters appearances that he's birdied the 8th hole all 4 days. Said he putted the lights out yesterday. 1.3 was his numbers, greens in regulation. Said he was really excited about his putting. What a comeback this would be after an opening 75.
Well, after a brilliant second shot up over the trees to this point, Cam Smith has a birdie chance to get within 1. Oh, how good was that? Tremendous. Already 3 birdies on the card. And this young Aussie is just 1 behind. Back on the tee, Dustin. Great shot of how narrow this shoot is at the 7th.
It was actually the second toughest fairway to hit for the week. Wants to kick right.
And it does. Into that second cut, which is a little thicker. Feels like in some spots here in November. Now M. 1 under at the 7th this week. How will he respond after the bogey? Perfect. Right down the middle. Back up on the green, leaving the flagstick in for Telly for birdie. And that gets him to 11 under. Joins Rory McIlroy there. 5 behind to 9.
Continues to claw away and fight his way back. I mean, it looks so done.
Wow.
After his first round 75 with about a 30-minute turnaround, Nick.
Yeah, as I said that, maybe he went from trying to make things happen to just letting things happen now. Obviously, he's done that fantastic. He must be now thinking, wow, go crazy, make 6 more birdies, and who knows?
15.
And Jordan Spieth has just made 3 birdies in a row, so this for the 4th. And what a run he's on, the 2015 champion. Made a great putt just to make the cut after 2 rounds. Dustin Johnson leads by 2.
At Augusta National, we believe in the power of the game of golf. I'm here to share some exciting news honoring a wonderful man whose impact at Augusta National and in the game of golf has been pioneering and profound. That man is Mr. Lee Elder. Lee Elder was the first black man to play in the Masters tournament. In fact, this year we celebrate the 45th anniversary of this landmark moment.
Such a great honor being a part of what Augusta National is all about and the wonderful people surrounding Augusta.
Among the ways we exercise this belief is using our resources to support our long-standing, unrestricted annual donation to Payne College, one of America's historically black colleges and universities. And Lee has graciously agreed to join our efforts as the namesake of the Lee Elder Scholarship. This scholarship will be awarded annually to a student athlete on the Payne College men's golf team. We also will endow a second scholarship on the Payne College women's golf team. There is one detail regarding next year's Masters I would like to share with you. We have extended a special invitation to Mr. Elder, which he has accepted, to join Jack Nicklaus and Gary Player on the first tee for the honorary start of the 85th Masters tournament.
But for them to have me as the person that they have selected to come and do this, show the relationship that we've had over the past years.
For all of us involved with the Masters tournament, this is an honor.
He is a special man. I just know how much it means to Lee and his wife Sharon. It'll be April the 8th, the Thursday of the 2021 Masters that will begin again with Lee on the tee with Jack and Gary. Just a year removed from when he won the Bob Jones Award, being recognized with the USGA's highest honor, named for the Augusta National co-founder. Let's go back out to the 8th.
And Cameron Smith driving it there. Perfect position.
I think we got that. I'm going to keep it up to left.
You may have heard on the 7th when he holed that putt, someone yelling out, "Go Queenslander." It's a familiar chant back in our home state by another Queenslander when you do something well. So he's obviously got a coach or a family member out there as we head back to 7.
Looking at Dustin's lie, what do you think, Dottie?
The lie's not terrible. We've got 2 problematic hind limbs in front of him. He's been looking to hit a shot low underneath. Brother Austin, looks to me like he's headed for the right bunker, maybe looking to see. Oh, take it back. He's going to move the rake.
That's a good spot.
Yeah,
Wow.
that would have been a killer, wouldn't it? So going low, trying to scoot it up there. Lie is good enough for it to happen.
Traditional Sunday position, front right. That's considered to be a birdie spot.
Does find that center bunker.
To 9.
So he shoots 75 in his opening round, and again, the tournament was off schedule because of thunderstorms early Thursday morning. He did not have enough time to go out and have a full warm-up. Only hit a couple of shots and then got this Newt Rockne-like pep talk from a proud Notre Dame alumnus and Augusta member Jimmy Dunn. Said, get out there and do what you do. And it lit a fire.
That's kind of what I would say. Just go for everything. Just go for it now. You're behind the 8 ball, as you call it in America, and just be reckless, because either it's that, is Monte Carlo a bust.
14 under since that opening round. Let's go back to 7.
M.
Pitching wedge. Doesn't need a lot of it.
Suddenly we pulled 3 in a row now.
To 12.
5-time champion. Have a little look at 12 here. 1997, 23 years ago. Hello world. Won by 12 that year over Tom Kite. 2001, that stands out for me though, because that was 4 straight major championships. No one else in golf has ever done that. 158 yards. He knows where that hole's located. But today, into the breeze.
Yeah, there's enough happening down there at 12 to really get them thinking.
Yeah, correct. Agreed. Focus on the angle here. Yep. You feel something different, just back off a minute. Okay. You got it.
Yeah. Did you hear that from Joey? If you feel something different, back off. Reset.
Well, it should be coming down from the right. That's what it's doing on top of the hill. Because we know it comes down and hits the trees and does a quick swirl.
Made the right decision here last year. At the early start on Sunday.
Yeah, low fade, 15 feet left. Right, mind you, just at 3 under, you'd probably like to make a 1. Oh boy.
One more ball.
Isn't that ironic? A year later,
I was going to say, Nick, there were 4 guys last year hit in the water saying, why didn't you do that in 2019?
Wow, yeah, he played the greatest strategy shot. Here it was. Well, Koepka first. And carbon copy what Tiger's just done. Poulter. Same spot on the bank. This was a really important. That was actually a little mishit. Ball slid up the top face. He just didn't get there. No compression on the ball. And then Tiger went in between the bunkers.
When it mattered, Nick.
Yeah,
when it mattered.
Jack talked about that. That's what you do.
Of course, one more man was right there and clipped it. And it's a good 7 yards out from where they were trying to land it.
It's a good 2-putt par. Remember, it's about 30 feet away.
Tell by the roar of the patrons, that's when it all started.
I'm trying to get that away shot.
To 7.
Shortest hole at Augusta National, the 12th. Now, this is where M ended up with his second shot over the green, one of these 5 bunkers that surround it.
Well, Bill, you've been here so many years, you know how fast this is. He's actually looking further left now. Maybe he would try to kill some of the speed.
He's been helped in learning how to play Augusta National by talking with another golfer from Korea, KJ Choi, who had a great record around here. Not sure if they discussed this particular shot or not.
Now he's going to try to take it to the right.
Just barely got it onto the green.
That needs to settle down in a hurry.
Shows you just how quick that is, and that is going to be well off the green. These are those moments in contention on Sunday that constantly test your nerves. Now, Dustin.
It's essentially a flat lie, but there is a clump of sand behind it that should make it harder to spin.
Outstanding. Currently with the 2-shot lead. Level for his final round. Ahead to 8.
We'll need a good solid 3-wood here from 272. Oh, it's a great shape. Oh, just needed 3 more yards of draw, and that might have caromed off that front knob. But plenty of green to play with to that back left hole location. Just 2 behind Dustin Johnson, who appears to, looks like he's going to make 4 at the 7th. Can he make birdie here and get within 1? Back to you, Bill, at 7.
All righty. This will be a par chip. Hold that. A few more rotations and that was going in. That would have been a heck of a 4. Taps it in for bogey.
Back-to-back bogeys. It's going to make the 8th really important for him.
22-year-old from South Korea. Let's go back and look in on Rory.
Man, a chance to get another shot closer. Make that, he'll shoot 33 and head to the second 9, trying to play the best 9 of his life to perhaps complete the career Grand Slam if he could do something crazy. Let's go to 12.
Dropped it back in line. Yeah, saw this back in 2015 with Spieth. About half an hour ago, saw Matt Wallace hit a similar shot, but it held up. Not for Woods. 7.
Now Dustin trying to get it up and down. Let's check in at 9 first.
First par. He shot 31 on the second 9 on 2 occasions. Nick, if he could do something like that, 31-30
to 30,
who knows?
You would have thought he's got to be thinking 30. He knows that Dustin should move probably up to 18 under somewhere.
Back to 7.
Dustin to stay at 16 under. maintain his 2-shot lead. All right. Trying to break an 0 for 4 streak as the 54-hole leader in majors. To 8.
Dylan Fratelli, his third shot from 184. Had to punch out to there. That's why he's got so far in. Good distance.
It's quite interesting on that such a steep slope how your leg action just doesn't work.
Ooh, speaking of leg action.
Oh boy.
Oh, Nick's 5th shot went straight over the green. This is 6.
Oh my goodness, after last, what is this?
Well, also after Thursday, remember that 68 opening round, that tied his lowest ever opening round.
Yeah, and suddenly that's going to hurt his back. Oh, sure is.
Yeah, different year. Dustin Johnson at the moment has made it interesting. Young Australian Cameron Smith, Nearest Pursuer, Sun J.M. from Korea, trying to win their 2nd ever major championship for his home country. '54-hole leader. Not the first time he's been in that position at a major championship. Will he convert this time?
Well, Tiger got his next shot out of the bunker, which was his 8th, to about 15 feet. 2-putt for a 10. A 10. His highest score on a par 3 in major championship play had been a 6.
But that was one of the greatest photographs last year when Tiger was on the green and the other 2 players were backdropping. And how does that happen a year later?
It's just shocking. Let's go back out to the 8th.
And it appears like another exceptional drive for Dustin Johnson, well up past that 315-yard bunker. Perfect. What a great view of what Cameron Smith faces. Lob wedge with some spin. A little bit too much spin. He wasn't expecting that, I'm telling you, that he would have thought that'd get the downslope off that ridge. Normally better than that at that distance. Still has a birdie putt. Sung Jae would need 2 of his best to get here. Well, there's the first of the 2. Now Fratelli's 4th. Little dead-handed pitch, shallow angle of attack, some good spin. Pretty good indication there of how quick it is off that slope. That's what Cameron Smith was expecting with his pitch. As we head to Rory at the 10th.
He needs to play like that tornado cloud, Jim.
Does look like one, but
yeah.
It's,
he needs a whirlwind 9 holes to. Well, the ball sticks up on top of the hill.
We're not expecting anything to pass through. But that tee shot is one that I know draws some bad memories. But let's get back out to Thomas at 8.
This for birdie. I'll give Cameron Smith a good look at the line. That's more like it, Justin. About time, he says to himself. Disappointing 6 at the 2nd derailed his chances. Let's take a look at Yellow Jasmine. Just a spectacular 575-yard par 5 up the hill. Here's the landing zone. The big hitters can fly it over that bunker with a real good one. We saw Rory up there over 330. Dustin Johnson in a similar place. Second shot, if you do get it up to the bunkers, you can have a go at it for 2, as Cam Smith was trying to do, or lay it back here, giving yourself the appropriate angle. Today's hole location back left, so that front right section leaves a decent opportunity for the pitch. stroke average of 4.66. Can he do what Justin Thomas did before him? A half-inch away. Fellow Australian Bruce Devlin back in 1967 made an albatross double eagle here, holding a 4-wood from 248 yards. It's the only 2 ever recorded at the 8th. He needed to keep the pedal down there, needed to make 4. Bogey at the 5th. He thought he had it. Damage was done with the chip. Cameron having a look at the leaderboard. He knows where he's at. He knows, though, that Dustin Johnson, driving the ball well, has the firepower to reach this hole and 13 and 15 on the second 9. All players know they've got to take advantage of these 5s. Now Fratelli needs this one for par to remain tied with Rory McIlroy in a tie for 4th. He held the winning putt back in 2012 for the national title, playing at the University of Texas. He was on the same team as a younger Jordan Spieth. Two main things they try and do here is keep 6s off the card, especially on these 5s. Avoid the 3 putts. Not to be. At 10.
Yeah, longer second shot than he had hoped for. Well, we're back 221, Nick.
Yeah, off hits his eye, though, with a nice draw off that slope.
Oh, no.
It's not a draw.
Get over that.
Careful. Oh, it's
that is so far up there.
Especially, well, got a bit of room.
Yes. How many times have you seen someone that far up and that far right at 10? But who knows? Maybe he can get up and down. Got the room. Let's get 8.
It's a long way behind Dustin's ball there, Dottie.
He's 17 yards behind Dustin's ball. But he has just 226 to the front.
Okay. Well, Cameron Smith got it up there just short right from 272, so he can get it on.
And that's fine if you do miss right because of where the hole's cut today.
He went left here yesterday. Left of the mounds, struggled. And that's almost in Cam Smith's divot. But the way he's been pitching and chipping, boy, he's putting on a clinic. Made a fantastic up and down par from over there yesterday. Now Dustin.
So Ian, I'm going to correct myself. He hit 3-wood back there at the second, but this is confirmed the 7-wood.
Thank you, Dottie. Nice high fade.
Just 209 to the front.
It's a good line. Yes, sir. And boy, that was coming down from a great height. That's about where Rory was with his second. So Dustin Johnson at 16 under and 2 in front of Cameron Smith has an eagle putt at the 8th. Can he extend the lead and win his first green jacket?
For live streams, scoring, news, and more, visit Masters.com. We're on the tee at 9 with the man in second place, Cameron Smith, 27 from Brisbane. Introduced to the game by his dad, Des, a scratch golfer.
That's been his miss, isn't it? Right.
Oh, that last little sideways kick wasn't so good. He might, who knows? Can you engineer a shot around that? Most can. We're back over at the 8th.
Dustin Johnson, Sungjae Im, and Abraham Ancer make their way up to the top of the hill. That's the 9th fairway over to the left, and the tee way back behind the green.
Fratelli. Who says he has competed in golf tournaments in 45 nations.
That's well traveled.
Gone through passport rather quickly. And this is the look for McIlroy, right of the 10th.
Oh, you can go for it. Looking well right to try and find some little upslope. Bank it into.
Landed it in the fringe.
I mean, that is. There it is, as good as you can do.
Trying to land it on the fringe or land it in the fairway.
Said I landed in the fringe. Probably needed to land it in the fairway. Back at the 8th, and again, Ian, Nick, talking to you, Sir Nick. You talked about driving the par 5s. Tee shots for Dustin to be key, and it's set up well for him here. Ian.
Oh, beautiful shot from Ancer. Needs to find another gear if he's going to contend, having dropped back.
Yeah, if Dustin can make some easy birdies, Ian, that's what he needs. With those, hit a good drive there on in 2. If he does the same at 12 and 13 and 15, rather, that's very key. Everybody knows that. It keeps his cushion.
Well, unfortunately, he didn't quite get it far enough left at 2 when he was in the second cut there, so couldn't get it on the green. Ended up just making the par. But you're right, a good drive here. He's got the 7-wood on the green. 13 will just be a short iron. 15 sort of mid iron with good drives. Be hard to catch him. Coincidentally, the one major Dustin Johnson did win was the 2016 US Open, and he was 4 behind Shane Lowry's lead that day when he went on to win. This guy's so good around the greens. As good as I've seen.
Yeah, he's anything but one-dimensional. He's not afraid to manipulate the club face and play different shots in and around his stance.
Same thing happened the group ahead, Dottie, that Cameron Smith had the same shot, just didn't quite get that right slope correct. So 12 foot for birdie for him to get to 13 under. But Dustin, you would think 45 feet for eagle. He'll take a good look at it as we go to 13 and Tiger's second. He went to the 12th with a red 3, and he comes here with a black 4 after the 10 at 12. Be good to bounce back with an eagle though, wouldn't it? See, that's where he thinks this putt's going to break from. You see where his brother Austin there is trying to figure out the slope.
Try to find the high spot.
This is the 5th time he's had a 54-hole lead at a major. Shot 70 3 times of those 4 and didn't go on to win. Most recently at the PGA Championship when Colin Morikawa shot 64 to overtake him and win at Harding Park in San Francisco. Recently worked a little with Greg Norman on his putting. He was having a game. He's good buddies with Greg's son Greg, and they were playing at the Grove down there in Jupiter at Michael's course. Quickly over to 9.
Now he backs off of it, was trying to get his footing solid off the pine straw. Let's go back to 8 first.
Got to be a little bit careful here, Ian. If you get it past this hole, it does run away.
Yes, we saw that, Dottie, the group before with Fratelli's chip.
If he can somehow snug this down there, it puts a lot more pressure on him.
It's a good line. All right, straight uphill 5-footer for the birdie. Back to 9.
The winner 10 months back at Wailea in Hawaii.
Oh, played an incredible shot on the 7th. Can he do it again? And he's going to get away with it. If it kicks, he has done it again.
This could be really good.
That is unbelievable. Nearly popped a kneecap while he was watching that one.
Yes, he did.
There's if he goes on, 2 unbelievable shots, 7 and 9.
Where is it? He's saying down on one knee, praying for a little luck. It was answered at 10 for par. Oh, he made a good run at it. To 8.
About a foot of break, 15 feet away for him. Another one finds the center of the cup. Wonderful tempo to his putting. Beautiful.
He's also been pretty much emotionless. Whether it was the short one he missed back at the 6th or that going in, he's just still water.
Yeah, there's not a lot of emotion there between him and Johnson, is there? They just go about their business and make it look easy. 2 different styles of play, of course. Rory tapped in back at 10. Once again, Austin just figuring out the angle. He closes his eyes and gets a feel. Now Tiger for eagle. Once again, he mentioned it earlier in the week, missed a lot of putts on the high side. They're just not breaking the same as we're used to seeing. Oh, there's the 10. You don't get to see that very often at all, and certainly not on a card with Tiger Woods' name on the top. This is what he's been doing so well this year. Really good. Dustin Johnson had a go at the eagle. Good pace. 2 putts for the birdie.
I don't think he realized how important that was, because he has no idea what Cam Smith did ahead.
That's right. Cam Smith, good chance to get to 15. Just a drive and a sand wedge up 9 for Dustin, though. It's a birdie hole. The 8th hole this week has averaged 4.65. Only the 1 eagle all week. So 3 birdies with our final group. Abraham Answer not finding the track to his liking today. 9 under. As they head back a good 50-60 yards to the 9th tee, and we're up at the green.
not believing the second shot at 7, the second shot at 9. Please, oh please. Skirted the bunker by less than a foot, catches the slope, and here she comes.
It's nice from just a couple of patrons around well, not patrons, rather members around the 9th to give them a clue to why they clapping. Could have been in the bunker.
On the tee at 9.
So yes, it is an easy 4, but obviously drive's got to be good, and then perfect distance on your wedge shot to land on that front plateau, or stay on the plateau, more importantly.
Looking at the main scoreboard down in the hollow at 1, this is straight downwind. All the flags blowing that direction.
So he's got his groove back with the driver. That's very important.
That could be trouble for the rest of the field if that happens.
Yeah, if he just drives middle of the fairway here in, it's definitely be kicking himself if he didn't win.
It's well back of Johnson's. Looked fine on a flat spot. Wanted more out of it. On the green, Fratelli for birdie. Played the first 2 rounds with Masters champion Fred Couples, who saw a whole lot of that. In those first 2 rounds, Fred was very impressed with what he saw. Amazed by his game and his length. 11.
Rory. Despite that bogey back at 10, currently in a tie for 5th. They've been playing back into the breeze today. And the whole location is where it was actually all the way back in 2017. He played that year, so have an idea. Now back to Cameron Smith.
When you stand over this putt, Nick, what are you thinking?
Well, it's probably just above right edge. And you can't force it in. It's the same story. Keep it smooth, smooth.
What a 3. And 33. Outward 9 for Cameron Smith. It's 2 back. Johnson's lead start of the day was 4. Dustin Johnson trying to do something that Angel Cabrera did, the 2009 winner at Augusta. He had won his first major, Cabrera, at Oakmont in the U.S. Open in '07, and then followed that with his win here at Augusta a couple of years later. In Dustin's case, 4 years removed from his major title coming. They're right outside of Pittsburgh at Oakmont. Fratelli with the birdie at 9. Finds himself 4th alone. McIlroy and Thomas tied for 5th at 10. And speaking of 10, the 10 registered by Tiger at the 12th was the first ever double-digit score on any hole as a professional on tour. Now on the tee at 10. That's give you a great idea how you can shape it, what you need to do if you want to get to that flatter, lower left-hand side. It's starting to get breezy out there as you see the umbrella in the back. Really been docile conditions as far as breezes this week.
It really has. Nothing more than 5 miles an hour, so it's a smidgen more than that right now. It's a nice night. Yeah, there we go for the first time with the main scoreboard. It's a nice breeze though. It's right to left, turning around the corner.
Mostly in a little on the right there.
Kind of helps 9, 10 and 11 because it's going to make 14 and 17 really awkward right now.
We're back at the 9th. That's Im back on that level spot.
That is the Clifford Roberts Plateau. 165 yards. Really not much elevation change from that far back.
Yeah, just a downhill lie.
Yep. Just a little bit of one.
Just double check the flags to his left on the main scoreboard.
That wind coming up, it's actually a cooler breeze than we had earlier.
Yeah, awkward angle. Just lost it on the wind.
Dustin is better than 50 yards closer, just 111 yards to the hole. Still a touch of a downhill lie.
Yeah, he knows he wants. He would love it to finish just to the right. Much easier putt.
He's going to take a little bit off a pitching wedge, Nick.
Yeah, there we go. Straight line, 2 yards right. Excellent shot.
See how quickly he plays those full shots. He knows what he wants to do with it. He'll be happy with that. Celebrating all kinds of wonderful anniversaries this year, including 30 years back.
It was bogging me down going to defend. I kept saying, you're going to defend. And I said, listen, no, you're not going to defend. You're going to win another one. Just go to win another one.
Sudden death at the 54th Masters. Raymond Floyd, defending champion Nick Faldo.
Another playoff. Yeah, weird and wonderful. Another playoffs.
Knocked it wide.
And then I said to myself, I'm not giving up my jacket. That was my determination. I'm not giving this jacket to anybody else. I was ahead of him here. And as I came down, I'm still standing there working out the yardages with Fanny, and I literally looked back. I said to myself, oh, he's hitting it already. Because it all happened so quick. I think he just came down, took a club out, and went. I went, bloody hell, he's hooked it. The pond. Boonks. And I see it go in the pond.
That's water.
And I think, I can win, but he can still make a 5. That means I've still got to make a 4 to win it. So I went with a little half shot with an A time and hit it great. Then I had to lag up and hit the perfect lag, didn't I? And so I really didn't believe that to pull that off, because that was really emotional. Fanny was crying, I'm crying now. It's you know what it's like. And off we go.
Oh, you big softy.
What a special memory. One of 3 to go back to back with Jack and Tiger. I remember conducting that interview with you, Nick.
Yeah.
Out in Arizona a couple of years ago. And yeah, it was powerful to hear your recollection of it and to see it again.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen in the trucks, for putting that together.
Yeah, a little surprise for you.
Luckily, I'm in my town. You can't see me.
We're starting to see just a little too much of this guy's short game. Hitting greens has become a problem.
Let's go to 11.
Well, Nick, this hole's been good to you. Call this one 210.
Yeah, most definitely. It's with that right breeze. Rory, we've been talking. Can Rory trust his draw? There's the answer, unfortunately.
Still a great hole after all these years.
Oh, it's fantastic. Most definitely.
To 9.
Okay, Dustin's on the prowl for another birdie. If he holds it, it'd be 34. In some respects, it doesn't feel like a 34-35 side. It's felt a little more difficult than that. He's not going to be away, by the way. It'll be answer first. It's just this heat that's been put on him, especially by Cameron Smith.
Just quickly, Jim, say hi to Sweden, because my great friend and caddy, Fanny, is working Swedish television now.
Hello, Fanny.
And they were taking our commentary.
You guys had a chance to recently visit that that special look back, the anniversary of the win.
We haven't. We've been doing it all on Zoom, of course.
Yes,
We've had all these great plans to be here in the spring to celebrate, and then go to St Andrews to celebrate that one 30 years ago. And of course, nothing's happened. So we just put it all on hold. The celebrations, just who cares about the date?
I've heard you say you'd like to see Fanny get consideration for the Hall of Fame.
Most definitely. I'm really pushing for that. I think there's quite a few caddies should be in they have a caddy Hall of Fame, but they should be in the Golf Hall of Fame. Most definitely.
Agree. Let's go to the 10th. Bunker.
His kind of first sloppiest shot. Got to keep the commitment going, haven't you? Commitment to the follow through.
11.
There's a faint ridge just short of the flags. Got to get it over that. There it is. That's the touch. I dare say if he'd won back in 2011 when we had a 4-shot lead, this would be like a home golf course for him the way he plays. To 9.
Of course, it's all speed, isn't it? But how much do you throw it out there?
Oh, lots. Lots. At least 3 feet.
Oh, he had a good putt. Just a little too firm. He went for a little bit more of the power play and direct line.
Probably because he felt like he was into the wind for a split second.
Back to 10.
Yeah, that tree right in the back middle of the green is a wonderful aiming point. That's nicely done. Yeah, wind's having a good flap right now.
Back to him at the 9th for par.
Now look at his shirt. One of the most exposed areas on the golf course.
It's definitely starting to blow, Nick, hard enough to start factoring that into putting. Just trying to keep your core, your foundation stable.
You think these golfers are having a tough time, Dottie? My notes just blew out the back window here. They did.
I'm right here. I'll grab them for you.
I lost a couple of pages. I'm done, Jim. I haven't got any more notes for I lost the script for the back nine. Sorry. It's all yours.
I'm betting you can go on memory.
Okay.
We'll see those notes in a minute. Just come flying by the ninth green.
I hope not. No, it's going the other way, luckily.
Brother Austin stepping in and always helping out on the read. This is a wonderful tandem. Been together for 7 years.
Yeah, I asked Austin on the range on Wednesday. I said, "What's his keys for this week?" And he went straight to, "Do you know, I feel he's the best field player out here on tour." And I said, "Wow." He said, "I can give him the wrong club and the wrong yardage, and he'll find a way to feel it in there."
Par 35, first 9 for Dustin. Takes a look back at the first putt. 2-shot lead as he heads to the final 9 holes, trying to win the green jacket and a second major. We're on the 10th tee. Giant leaderboard fronting the 18th and in clear view off the tee at 10 adjacent.
The breeze is in and from the player's right.
Makes it nice and easy for him, Dottie.
It's a really good ball here.
Just nice free swing just to sling it around the corner.
May have collected a little bit of earth though on entry, which could affect that second shot. And you see right there the caddy in the foreground for Sungjae Im is Bobby Brown, who was Dustin's caddy for quite a while. They won 4 tournaments together. Before Joe LaCava had the bag for a brief while, and then Austin for the last 7 years.
That is much higher, further to the right, but ought to be all right.
That's his draw, Dottie.
That's right.
Straight.
It's really like a ruler in the air.
Yeah,
It doesn't go anywhere.
Pretty cool. Straight down the tracer line.
And here's Cameron.
God, the scrambling, man. Look at this one.
That is some way to start this second side. Again, he only hit 3 greens yesterday coming in and shot 33. Camellia, the 10th hole at Augusta.
Well, this is the wonderful thing about the Masters. You all know these holes so well. And there's the turn. Look at it as it really goes round the corner. That's what they're trying to do. Catch the speed slope. If you land on that right side, it sticks up, then you lose 30 plus yards. The old green used to be just past that bunker there, and then they moved it moons ago. Flag back left corner in that shadow. You saw Rory block it up the right side. Cannot miss it left, cannot miss it long, cannot miss it short.
Let's go to 11.
The first part of this green slopes down to that pond. This part goes the other way. So that's a good par for Rory. You could sell it to Dustin Johnson, I'm sure. To 10.
Thomas.
You see his eye line.
Went out and even.
Just a long progressive right to left slope all the way through the green.
The old Crenshaw putt from 1984.
Yeah. I was there. I played with Ben.
You were a good luck charm for a lot of folks in your time.
Yeah, me and my 3 top 10 finishes. The best putt actually was the second putt on 14. That really taught me a lesson, because he left it short, and it was blisteringly quick, and he just touched it, and you could see the ball, you could see the name of the ball just turning, and that made me realize when I left, you've got to find a way to putt. You've got to feel so comfortable on the downhills, the brutally quick ones. You just got to still believe I'm in control of the golf ball.
Here's a guy who lives in Crenshaw's hometown of Austin. That look back, 1984. It's right here. I'm looking for you, Nick.
Yeah. I'm not worried about the putt. Where am I?
Where are you?
Here it comes. And it went in at speed as well. Maybe not. Maybe just perfect. Look at that.
I remember Bob Murphy. There you are, Nick.
Ah, there you go.
There you are. Bob Murphy was on the call. Neil McCaffrey framed that shot. He was around these parts for a long time for us. But I think of Bob Murphy and that backswing of his, that beautiful pause at the top. And I think of Matsuyama, and I think of M. I don't know who was the slowest as far as taking it back, but that might be three of the all-timers.
I think Murph was.
Murph?
Yeah, he was unbelievable,
that was
wasn't
a
he?
full pause, wasn't it? That was a 1-2 pause.
Take a nap. Now, key par putt here for Smith. How about this guy? 17 out of 23 up and downs for the tournament.
#1 putter this week by a long way. Dustin's #1 in driving and greens and regulation. Well done on the putting list, actually, about 20th or so, but he couldn't care less about that as long as he keeps hitting the greens.
You know, it looked like yesterday, through 9 holes, that it might come down to Dustin and Justin. And then things just began to get out of sync on the second 9 on Saturday. Flat even for the day. Over par coming home on Saturday. And he's 7 behind. Don't see the flag moving at 12, but you know above those trees there's something happening, and it could bring on some high drama, as it often does, Frank.
It's definitely blowing here. I've got to say more than double digits. Rory was just checking back there. Second shot's into 11. Doesn't want that ball to land in the middle of his swing. Already seen a few shots just stand up and stall in the breeze.
A bit longer? I mean, it is kind of long, but I like because it is sheltered enough. I'm just feeling it on the tee. You know? Lighten it? Yeah, I just move it.
Problem is, it starts off in the breeze, and then you worry about whether the trees block it.
Yeah, you have to do it intentionally, Frank. Keep it low so the trees do block it.
Well, it's a controlled follow through.
Sit.
And then if the breeze doesn't touch it, those bunkers really in play today. Not much fun for these guys, but good for us.
Did you clean this?
Kipka showed some signs too recently. Back-to-back 65s last week. Got left knee and left hip getting a little stronger again.
Yep.
But so far, 12's been good to him this week. Already made 2 2s. Rory hit a little late. He's pounding a 9-iron. Would have taken it last year. Good to see him back in the mix.
Yeah.
Now back to 11. Young player started playing rugby before golf. Cameron Smith. Said he liked to run but not tackle. Didn't want to get hurt. That one hurt there. Center cup.
Should have played soccer.
Goalkeeper. He's trying to grow a beard. He's not doing a good job of that. New views of Augusta this year. Former nursery. Beautiful. To 10.
Called Fruitland's Nursery, a dormant nursery when Bobby Jones acquired the property. This fertile soil. He said it looked like just waiting for someone to lay a golf course on it. Here's Johnson's second.
Well, there was some of that soil on that golf ball on the downside right side. That was a 5-iron. That is a really good golf shot.
He just passed it. No,
Amazed when that wind turns around how much longer the 10th is now playing.
Okay, M's going to have the ball above his feet. Dottie?
He is with 169 to the front and 195 to the hole. You cannot miss left here. It will ricochet way down. This is a 6. Super aggressive line to start.
Shadow just a little bit left.
211.
Now Fratelli, 46-inch driver. Going to need something lucky there. Not to be. There is a gap further right of those trees. But you've got to be lucky. Dustin Johnson, 54-hole leader. Trying to win a green jacket.
Comes. Oh my goodness. In your life have you seen anything like that?
Amazing moment, amazing call. And Vern, I just wonder what goes through your mind when you see that and hear it again.
Well, I have vivid memories of that moment. And I mentioned earlier this week to have your name linked with an accomplishment of a man the stature of Tiger Woods is not a bad thing to have on your resume.
And that is an incredible resume at that. Let's go to 12.
A little bit more weight on the left side.
Just stab it, Frank.
Yep.
That's beautifully played. Best definitely autumnal look in that bunker with all the pine needles. Wow.
But we've seen a lot of bad things happen at 12 today. But Tommy Fleetwood came here. Missed the green on the left.
No ball.
And that was moving.
Oh, Tommy.
And that was all back-to-back buggies. You're allowed that every now and again. Oh, Tommy. Smile on his face. Shot some low rounds in U.S. Opens. To the final group of 10.
Nick, if you're Dustin Johnson, what are you doing? How much attention are you paying to what's happening ahead with Cameron Smith? And what's your game plan?
No, you have to be completely concentrating on what you do, and that's all you can control. I think when I chatted to Dustin in the week, there was so much talk about what Bryson was doing when I was with him. He was saying, what's going on? And he says, no, I know what I'm doing. He's happy with his game plan, very happy where he can move the driver around, doing everything really well. So just keep plowing on.
Im is going to leave the flagstick in. And it's going to end up below it.
Yeah, important thing, Jim, is when you're busy with what you can control, then it really does enhance and boost your own self-confidence.
Let's go to 12.
From the back edge for birdie. In April, that would have been a little quicker. It's been the big difference between November this year and the normal date. To 10.
I was mentioning Bobby Brown. He's the caddy on the left of the screen, caddying for Sung Jae, and he was Dustin's caddy. Dustin went over to Australia to play in 2013 in the Perth Invitational, but Bobby and his wife were expecting their first child, so Dustin asked Austin to carry for him that week. They had an extra week to just enjoy a little vacation in Thailand, and then we'll get to 12 first.
Well, Rory might have a little vacation after this, Jim. He's still fighting away. Great comeback, really. 75. He's trying to do what Johnny Miller did in 75. To 10.
So there's Austin. So they go from Australia to a week off vacation in Thailand. And Dustin tells Bobby, no need to go all the way over here. Stay at home. I'll have Austin carrying at the World Golf Championship. And they end up winning. They've been together ever since. He had a big lead going into that last round. Graham McDowell and Ian Poulter caught him early, and then Dustin pulled away, and he said, I was never going to let these guys beat me in front of my little brother.
A little touch on his right elbow to keep it down. If he gets a little too high, he pulls it, but that was a nice try. I mean, if you're looking, they know how much you can break on that green. As we've probably said many a time, the green's been a little slower. The guys have got the memory of the old lines of how high you've got to go, and they're overreading it generally this week.
He's going to be extra cautious here and let Answer go ahead first. You've seen a few putts from this side of the cup in your time, Nick.
He's having a tough day. Haven't seen him miss all week, and there's another one.
Yeah.
I mean, the man who just pops everything in.
It slides.
Well, he hasn't helped himself off the tee a few times,
Yeah.
but he's put a lot of pressure on what has worked well, and sometimes you can't expect a miracle all the time.
Lucky he's not a Formula One driver right now. This would be the day when you whack the wall a couple of times. So it's far safer being on a golf course.
Him is 4 back. He must be careful. Doesn't want to see Dustin get out of sight. And a good 2-putt par for him. To 13.
Important tee shot for Rory. Hit a bad one here on Thursday. Way left.
It's not going to draw again.
Oh, it's too far again.
Yeah. It's a mixture of the two, isn't it, for these guys? It's either too straight or they smother it, Ian.
Well, at least he went with the 3-wood. He's just trying to draw it a tad. Not so bad. He can still get the green with a mid-iron.
And a 4 for Dustin. Let's go to 11.
Almost a gap for Fratelli.
This was the gap where Tiger went last year.
I'll win. Go on. Go.
Oh, that's a heck of a shot.
It sure is.
Oh. Anybody take that from the middle of the fairway.
Yeah.
That breeze is certainly up. A 2-shot difference between Cameron Smith and Dustin Johnson. Just 4-3 through 11 and 12. Maybe a little check of the scoreboard. Then plot the finish.
Yeah, middle of that right-hand bunker is fine. It's a good, obviously one club less if you want to lay up. Yeah.
Nice.
That spin is missed this week, Frank, isn't it? Just drops it and blocks it.
Yeah, short game has got him out of trouble though. 4-3. Somehow scratch that out. Next 2 holes to 16.
Well, there's the familiar side of Tiger Woods at the 16th. The unfamiliar side of the whole location on Sunday. This is anything but traditional. Back right.
Yeah, this is. I guess Jack will be enjoying this if he's. Oh, shot, Tiger.
It seems not to matter for Tiger on this hole, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Jack will be enjoying this from 1975, the famous putty hold up the hill.
Yeah, we were trying to reminisce about the last time we had seen this whole location, and the most memorable moment was Jack in '75. Wonderful new views for all of us provided here at Augusta National. Let's go to 11.
Right side of the tee for Dustin Johnson. That'll work.
Confidence is back in the long club. That is just perfect. Top of the hill, clear view.
Didn't get an easy day to try and win that green jacket. Breeze up, kicking around.
Not supposed to be easy, Frank.
No. Some young guys, untested, like Sanjay M, just nipping at his heels. That's not the first one of those he's hit today.
He does make getting yardages very simple.
Stood up well. Dustin Johnson, he's paid his dues more than once. So close. More holes to play.
You can get your junior into the game. Just go to drivechipandputt.com to learn more and follow on Facebook and Instagram. Out to the play at the 11th.
Another green missed. Not too bad, but now has to rely on the putter. Interesting approach. He just keeps going around wherever that ball goes, find it, hit it. He's only 2 behind. Could he be Australia's 2nd ever Masters champion? All those great players out of that country, the David Grahams, Greg Normans. Jack Newton went close here. New breed. And of course, Ian, back in 1992, you were ever so close that year.
Yeah, played in the second to last group with Raymond Floyd. Freddie Couples and Craig Parry were in the final group, so another couple of Aussies there. David Graham had a lot of chances. Greg especially.
You breed them well there.
Elkie finished well sometimes, Steve Elkington.
Actually, he struggled sometimes in April because of the allergies. It's a little bit better in this November date.
That's a good point.
He's having a good look at that leaderboard, seeing his name up there. Thomas. Of course, he, Rahm, and Dustin Johnson could have all left this week with the #1 in the world spot. Racking up wins in bunches now. Prime of his career. But 7 adrift of that man.
Hey Frank, you feeling these gusts coming through down there? Dottie, you feeling that?
Most definitely, Nick.
Yeah, it's pretty substantial up here on top of the hill.
Yeah.
They've had the blowers out down here at 13 green too, guys. That, you know, keeping the pine needles and the leaves at bay, if you will.
The problem, Nick, is it's coming from the southwest, so that means those big trees behind 11 and 12 are actually blocking it. And that's why we're getting some of those crazy flags where they look like they're blowing in a different direction.
Yeah.
At the moment, that's where the wind is.
Yeah, it comes down 13, spins around, bashes into the trees on the back of the tee, and it goes down to the green, and that's what it's famous for.
Yeah, Fratelli for a Houdini birdie. Another first timer. Excuse me, this is second. To 16.
Well, Tiger Woods made an easy task of 16 this time around after the disaster on 12, with the men's at 13, 15, and 16. And we'll go to 11.
Get another par putt for Smith so far. He's got the touch. That board only about 40 yards away from where he is. Now this one will turn left early. It might straighten the last foot. Job got a little harder. So that cushion will extend to 3 for Johnson in the middle of the fairway. But holes like 12, 13, 15, 16, of course, with the hole location in the top right. So many holes, potential 2-shot swings. Thomas for his part remain at 10 under. So tied alongside Rory McIlroy. To 13.
Well, this is where Rory came up. He's got about 220 to the back flag. If he can fly it all the way there, just a little left.
Sit. Oh, sit. Sit.
And sit it did. That for eagle. He's had 6, 5, 6 on this hole this week. If he just had a couple of 4s, he'd be right there. Back to 11.
Answer.
He is way back there, Frank, at 256.
Well, that's no fun.
Trying to play a real low runner in right at the flag to start.
Well, that's narrow there. It's only 6, 7 paces from the pond. Now Dustin.
This is a 5-iron in his hand. This does play down About a club and a half. I think that just wipes the wind out. Should play pretty close to its actual number. 224.
It wasn't going to go left. And that's actually awkward. It's gone past hole high.
He bailed out on that swing, really, for a guy who's, you know, got that natural cut going.
Now Fratelli at 12.
Enough, Johnny?
Is it enough? It is. Good shot. Flag now gone limp. And Breeze is still up there. Tough to judge. Now back at 11. Sungjae Im.
3 yards closer than Dustin.
It's got to be the right distance, otherwise. Ooh. So that's a good place to putt from, though. Unusual. Man, that normally hits a fade.
Frank, I promise you that was a mistake.
I'd like to think so.
It's a damn good one, though.
It might work. Cross to 9.
Finishing the rounds, DeChambeau and Bernhard Langer. Bryson. Wow, took every inch of it, didn't he? $13.
Just 200 yards for Brooks. He too could have been right there in the mix, but for a poor start Thursday. Delightful shot. That left for eagle. Brooks Koepka to get to 10 under par. Back to 12.
Fratelli's ball would be a good line. I don't care who it is today, Cameron Smith included. Three-quarter, flight it down and hope. Good shot.
Stay there.
Outside chance to get back to 15 under. To 9.
And here's Bernhard Langer at 63, the oldest to ever make the cut in the Masters tournament, and he has a 1-shot advantage over DeChambeau coming to this final hole.
Is he going to beat him in match play?
And he's averaged 250 yards off the tee today, Bernhard, and he's 1 under for the round.
He's going to beat all these guys. It's like, what a performance. The man's commitment, determination. I mean, it's just off the charts. Trevor and I were we had breakfast with Bernhard on Tuesday morning, early, about 7:30. By the time we'd done 9 holes touring the golf course, Bernhard had gone to the gym, the practice ground, and he was still on the putting green. He hadn't even started his day 3 hours later. So it gives you some idea right from the start of the week, his commitment every single day.
He's going to finish 3 under. He taps it in, tied for 31st. And how about it? I mean, that is the conclusion of a tremendous performance. He broke the mark that had previously belonged to Tommy Aaron. He's a month older, month and a day older. Georgia native Tommy Aaron. Good man. Had that record for quite a while. Bernhard will probably break his own mark next year.
Quite possibly. He's the only man who can. It's going to take a long time before anybody can. All these guys will be retired by 39 anyway.
Back to 11.
And Dottie, you'd rather be 6 foot past from here than 6 foot short.
Correct. This part of the green is so much steeper than I think television shows. it's not as bad as it could have been for Dustin as far as the angle goes. Had he been up a little closer to the bunker, he would have had much more play from that little shoulder coming off into the green. But this is an area where the players have been walking all week.
Well, probably 8 out of 10 for that. But there's just a hint of break from right to left from that direction. Wouldn't have to be taken into consideration even for putts at the moment. Yesterday it was a tee to green clinic for Dustin Johnson. But now, due to the conditions, having to rely on his short game a lot more.
I think there's a little nerves and there's a lot of conditions, and that makes for just being unsettled.
Well, I know he appears unflappable, Dottie, but there's got to be points in the round where you see conditions like this or the scoreboard. Does he think, why me? Why is it always me? To 13.
We'll see if Rory can make amends for his 2 bogeys here earlier this week with an eagle. You look back and see how you've played these par 5s on the second 9. Back to 12.
Smith for birdie. Rory tapped in at 13. Smith will tap in here at 12. Now Sanjay for a chance for birdie at 11.
This crashed to the right at the end.
First real poor putt. 17.
Second for Tiger. What a different scene it is for him this year compared to last. Striding up this hole with a 2-shot advantage. And another great shot. Boy, you take that 7 over par 10 at the 12th, and he'd be right up there in the top 10 or so. What a comeback after that. At 12 again.
Fratelli to get to 12 under. To 13.
Well, he started his bounce back on Thursday with an eagle at 15 to get to shoot 70 the first round. And another miss on the high side for Brooks. Just a birdie. So birdie for Rory, birdie for Brooks here at 13. Rory at 11 under is tied 4th. Brooks in 7th.
And Thomas comfortably knocks that one in there at 12. Rear 2 here today. 2-tee start. So we'll go once again to 9.
And Bryson for his par for 73. He had another triple on the card today, his 2nd of the week. It looks like it was a double, but it's 1 under par finish. Some of the notables on the leaderboard. Actually 2 under par finish for Bryson. Again, that's 1 higher than Longer, who he's playing with. Frank, what do you think Bryson takes away from the week?
A lot of frustration, Jim. I think the strategy was fine. But also the attention he is now getting. He spoke with Tiger Woods about that. Ooh, just will they build him big enough? Yeah, fist pump comes out for that one. Good start to the second 9. 4-4. Abraham Answer did not get up and down from the front, so he drops back to 7 under. Him to remain at 13 under, 4 back. So, comes down to this. The #1 player in the world, 3-shot lead. Trying to win the Masters for the very first time. Here we are, 12, just 158 yards. Decision time. Time for a new ball, Dottie.
Yeah, he will have hand marked that with the guidance line that he likes to putt. I'm being told that this is an 8-iron, and earlier in the week, Frank, he said he was going to take this shot at the middle of the green, no questions asked.
No questions asked.
153 if you're going to take it at the flag to cover. It would be a little bit less over that center bunker.
That's the important thing. You've got to make that decision. If you're going left, pick that yardage. You cannot change your mind halfway down on your swing.
It's a little more aggressive than the center.
That's a heck of a shot.
Darn right.
That had to be right of wit.
Yeah, that was very much stand up and get on with it quick.
A little truth serum what might say that was not the intended line.
He didn't hesitate too. He is dry. If he can just stay dry. Coming in. M's a good iron player.
Little flight on it, Tom. I can tell you that
With this wind, you're going to need a solid
right
strike. You're going to need something with a planned out, controlled flight.
29, okay? 29.
That will have all gone into your club selection. This is also an 8-iron.
I mean, he's 4 back. You could almost aim at Dustin's golf ball. If it bleeds right, take it.
That is so much higher than Dustin's was.
Didn't float it down. 12th is a temptress today. To 14.
Rory. Followed up that 75 with 66 and 67 and has to be thinking about what might have been 17.
For 3 in a row for Tiger. 4 in the last 5 holes after the 10. Boy, that's commitment. Just put it behind you and go. Look at that card. Goodness me. It'd be 7 under with a par at 12. Now, really important tee shot here. I've said it all week. 3 wood for many. The longer hitters can get around the corner with 3 wood.
Here you go. Thanks.
Nicely done by Justin Thomas.
What do you like, Johnny?
They moved the tee there a little farther over to the left side, which makes it hard to go over all the trees. You must go around them. Now Fratelli has the length to get way around here and just hit a short iron.
Ah, sit down.
Wow. That flew into the trees. Came out into the second cut though. No damage. Yeah, good wise play here for Cameron Smith. Just a 3 wood with a little draw. He's birdied it every day.
Ah, sit.
Sit.
Oh, a foot too far. Crossing the Hogan Bridge there at the 12th is our final group. And you come across the Nelson Bridge in the distance there as you walk off 13T. What a beautiful part of the course. Let's check in with Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, Ian. Here with Bryson DeChambeau. And Bryson, it certainly wasn't boring this week, from the expectations leading into Thursday to the lost ball to not feeling well. How do you even begin to analyze this week?
You know, I don't know if I'm going to think too much about it this week. I unfortunately had some weird things happen to me this week that I just couldn't foresee, and that's golf sometimes. And you know, at the end of the day, it's okay. You know, I'm just going to go back home and relax, take some time off, and I'm trying to get stronger again. But I got to fix, you know, this dizziness or whatever's going on. So there's numerous times today. I mean, I bladed a shot on 8 that I've never, or 16 that I've never done before, and 9 I bladed another shot and chunked a shot on 8. It was really, really weird for me, and so I got to get healthy first and foremost. And good thing is my body feels great other than my head, and so I just got to figure that out, and I'll be good from there.
This course can do that to you, but Tiger told me earlier in the week he hasn't seen anyone get as much attention before a tournament really since him until you. He said that he's talked to you about this type of thing. How do you deal with it, and how different does it feel? And moving forward, how do you handle it?
Yeah, I think you just have to look at it as you can only do what you can do, and Tiger was nice to help me and just say, just keep doing what you're doing and don't worry about anything else. And you know, that's what I've done this week. And again, I was a dog to the field, and obviously a lot of people beat me, and it's unfortunate, but I'll go back home and think about it and just try and settle in and keep getting stronger and focus on what I can control. That's really all that matters.
Thanks for the time. Let's take it out to 12.
Thank you, Amanda. Fairly good bunker shot from Sungjae Im. Yeah, Bryson now has a target on his back as one of the best players in the world. Dustin Johnson knows how to deal with that because he is the best player in the world. He's had that spot for a number of weeks. And the only thing left really to pad his resume is to win major titles. To 13.
Just 1 foot too far for Cameron Smith. He's going to lay up to the right because the group ahead is still putting. So as good as he is with the wedges, that is a very wise decision. Remember, back in 2007, Zach Johnson laid up on all 16 par 5s and played them 11 under in his victory. It's a great view over there at Amen Corner, Frank.
It certainly is, Ian. When you take that walk across Ben Hogan Bridge, or the Hogan Bridge, I think you're reminded when you put your head down that sort of hard work, perseverance pays off. Dig it out of the dirt. It was always his mantra. You also had another couple of things too. You were dotting. Don't be afraid to hit it 30 feet away from the flag and let your putter shine. Even though he was one of the best strikers of the ball the game has ever seen.
That's exactly right. And there's so many times on this golf course that is what you have to force yourself to do. Even though you feel like you could go flag hunting, be really disciplined. And that was Hogan.
And this player's become more disciplined over the years.
No doubt. He's learned when to gear back. I think he's become a very smart, very mature player. And when he figured out that he would be best with a small cut and being a good wedge player, that's when the wins started racking themselves up.
Good putt. Currently 17 under. That is one within the record. 18 under. Held by Spieth and Woods. To 13.
Well, he's got timber coming in here, but he's gripped down. That ball is well above the feet. 215 yards.
Softly hit on the green right there.
Oh, that leaves a nasty little chip. Back to Dustin.
3 pars to start the second 9. Yeah. And he knows exactly where he stands. To 15.
Tommy Fleetwood, 150 at 14. One of the best irons players out there, and look at that. Very nearly hold it on the fly. 13.
Dylan Fratelli is so far up there, just 194. Flew it into the trees at about 320. Coming out of that second cut. And it just hangs on. So a couple of putts for birdie for Fratelli to get to 12 under par. These guys are still in it. Make 3 at 15 as we go up to the hill at 14.
Koepka, 136 remaining. You can see that flag whipping, the breeze is gusting to 18.
And here's Tiger at his final hole.
Yeah, please look at the flag stick. Well, the flag, rather. I mean, it's been pounding up here. I'm amazed 1,000 yards away is nothing like what it's been on top of the hill for the last 10 minutes.
14.
And Rory has been working his way up the leaderboard. And that's well placed, and that's going to come down and settle near Koepka. And he'll have a great look at birdie. Get it to 4 under for his final round. So we go back over to 18.
Can you imagine what this walk would have been like on any other year? With no patrons, no fans this year. Tiger walking up as the defending champion. This is a cold reminder of just the differences from one year to the next, to this year. But having said that, Nick,
yeah,
and all the things that are different, it's still wonderful to see the Masters and the second 9 on Sunday.
Absolutely. I mean, the Tour's done a great job. The Masters Committee have done a great job to stage it. So much planning has to go into this to keep us all safe, and it's still got Masters atmosphere. It's still, you still feel it in your heart and your gut.
This is what it was like 19 months ago. One of the greatest scenes ever in any sport. You said it was the single greatest moment in the history of our game, Nick.
Well, it's definitely here. I mean, definitely here. We're never going to see another scene like that again, and we're lucky, Jim, that it happened last year. If it happened this year, if Tiger winning his 15th, this would have been, our silence would have been, we would have been criticized for it.
Over at 12.
Big fist pump, big up and down for him. He is still in it. Eagles available at 13 and 15. And 13 is where we go.
And Cameron Smith playing his third after laying up. Look for this a little long, a little left. Don't want to mess with short or right. Maybe try and spin it back. Just didn't get the spin. So much depends on the lie there on those 40-50 yard pitches. Still got a chance for birdie. This guy, though, he's birdied the 13th hole in the final round the last 4 years.
Ian, that is absolutely blistered downwind.
Perfect 3-wood. He knew exactly what he was doing. The ball plugged there on the bank. Just a mid-iron left for his second. Now in. Is it too far on that line? Yes. So much depends on the lie, but he looks like he's got a bit of a gap at 14.
And a moment ago, Koepka for birdie. Spins out about 3 feet. Back to 13.
Left of the green. Justin Thomas on the downslope. We'll need to just lob this 10 feet or so onto the green, and it's very quick down the hill from there. All about the contact off this downslope. Just sort of lost traction a little bit late in the round yesterday, or he'd be right there too, a little closer to Johnson. He's had a wonderful year, seemingly top 5 every time he plays. 3 wins, 3 seconds. Up to 18, Tiger finishing.
Yes, for birdie.
Just thinking, can you imagine how cruel this would have been if Tiger won his 15th, because all the players are only allowed one pass, 1 badge for their partners. So how about that?
Hey, birdies.
He wanted to
the
get
last 4 and 5 of the last 6.
Wanted to get in the red to match his shirt. But we wouldn't have had any of the celebration if it'd been 1 year later.
Here's Rory at 14 for the best round on the course currently. Put him at 4 under. So looks like a par for Rory at the 14th. The 84th Masters this unique November in Augusta. It's Dustin by 3.
Safe travel.
Frank. Good work.
Go on, Frank.
Drive safely.
Tommy Fleetwood trying to pay off that brilliant approach, and does. Back to even for the day, 8 under overall. 13.
McIlroy and Koepka both tapped in, back up at 14. This is Fratelli for eagle, and it's on its way. You very rarely see the putts from over there come up short down that slope, but all day today Phil had one so close. I've seen 20 putts from over in that front corner. So Dylan will have that left for birdie to get to 12 under, which would be 4th place. Justin as well, same thing, get to 12 under. And Cameron Smith, if he could make birdie here, get to 15 under. Dustin and Austin back in the fairway, watching on. Not far to go, just a mid-iron, probably less distance to the flag here than he had for his second at 11. The problem on this second shot, though, is that bank. This pretty steep slope. Good 10% slope down there. You mentioned earlier, Jimmy, that his dad, Des, got him involved in the game when he was just a youngster, about 3 years of age. He went on to beat his dad at one team, a golf club, in the club championship when he was still a youngster. Won the Australian Junior in 2012, the Australian Amateur in 13, and really just hasn't looked back. Won in Hawaii at the start of this season. This breaks substantially to the right as it dies. Well, we've seen that movie so many times before, haven't we, on 13? That was a very good putt. But just a par. He's birdied it the other 3 days. He heads to 14 under. If Dustin can make a good shot in here and make birdie, he'll take that 4-shot lead again. He is going to lay up.
Ian, he spent a lot of time looking around that golf ball. I think there was some organic matter on the underside that just would have made it too unpredictable.
Yeah, I agree, Dottie. We saw the ball land. It landed and jumped and stopped. There was definitely some mud on it, and it was, you know, a wise decision. We've seen it all week. So much humidity, dampness conditions from that rain Thursday morning. Same again. You've almost got to get over those putts and say, okay, I'm going to give it 2 inches more than I really want to. It breaks so much there.
Ian, was it just coincidence that Dustin hit the layup shot after he saw up ahead that Cameron Smith had missed his closest pursuer?
Well, yes, and also I think, Jim, just out of courtesy, they waited till he'd hit the putt before he hit it. So could go both ways. Good point. Just looking at the ball and what was on it, and he could tell.
Yeah.
Why risk it?
Yeah, Ian, if the mud's on the left side of the ball with the creek on the right, yeah, it's not worth it, I would agree. Chip it low and hopefully the mud comes off.
Yeah, you got a 3-shot lead, and as Jim said, he saw that Smith didn't make birdie. Once again, see how quickly that breaks over to the right. A lot of players using those balls now with lines on them. Dustin went to a ball with a line, Dottie. He said it made his putting a lot better.
It gave him that last bit of real clear thinking, confidence.
You start experimenting with that actually in June for Dr. Craig Farnsworth.
Up at 15.
Moment ago, Rory McIlroy trying to slide one down the right-hand side. The lie doesn't look too bad, but he's going to have a little tree trouble to deal with there. Over to 17.
CT Pan. He's had a fantastic week. This is for 3 in a row today as well. An unlikely one if it goes. Yes. So Pan moves to 10 under par. That's in 7th place. Chinese Taipei, a part of the International President's Cup team last year at Royal Melbourne, down there in the Great Melbourne Sandbelt. It's a great look back from the green here. So back 38 yards behind the flag is my position. So I've been shooting the players as they come up all week. Back down at the autumn colours, so different to what we're used to seeing in April each year. .91 yards for him.
Couldn't get a better angle, Ian.
Agreed. Still on that slight slope, isn't it? Still a little right left.
Yes, it is.
Will it come all the way? Here it comes. Well, he may not have been very happy as that ball was flying through the air, but it's come back to a reasonable position. Bobby Brown on the bag there with him. Used to be on the bag for Dustin Johnson. Now Johnson.
Use a 6-iron to lay a ball up, trying to kind of make sure he scooted that mud off the ball.
And this will do the same thing. Just doesn't get all the way down there. That was a very safe third.
That was a very disciplined third.
So both him and Johnson have chances for birdie there, but they were very cautious. Just across the tributary of the 14th tee.
And Cam Smith. And he'll like that. That was nicely done. He's 3 back. Dustin Johnson, our leader, playing the 13th. 3-shot advantage at 17 under par.
That's huge, Dottie. Dustin's going to see that.
We're back at the 15th. McIlroy.
Oh, sit, 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 sit.
He's
sit.
begging. Careful. Oh, and that has just rolled off into the penalty area there. That's why it is so important to come out of the fairway here at the 15th. So difficult to judge the distance coming out of the second cut. Over to 9.
Just a few moments ago, Andy Ogletree, 2019 U.S. Amateur champion, finishing. He's going to win the low amateur title, and with that, the chance to be honored in Butler Cabin during the green jacket ceremony. She even par 72 today. Pride of Union, Mississippi. And how about it coming down to the 2 that dueled for the amateur title at Pinehurst some 15 months ago. Let's go to Amanda.
Thanks, Jim. Here with Tiger Woods. Tiger, a second 9 like we've never seen from you, starting with that 10 on the 12th, but then you birdie 5 of your last 6. Take me through what was going through your mind on the 12th hole and how mentally tough you had to be to finish the way that you did.
Well, I committed to the wrong wind. You know, the wind was off the right for the first 2 guys, and then when I stepped up there, it switched to howling off the left, which in the flag on 11 was howling off the left, and I didn't commit to the wind, and I also got ahead of it and pushed it too, because I thought the wind would come more off the right, and it was off the left, and that just started the problems from there. And then from there, I hit a lot more shots and had a lot more experiences there in Rays Creek. And then, as you said, you know, this is unlike any other sport in which you're so alone out there, and you have to figure out and you have to fight. No one's going to pull you out, you know, off the bump, and you just have to figure it out. And I did coming in.
You said the conditions are getting tougher out there, winds coming from all over the place as our leaders start coming down this stretch. What do you think we can expect to see in terms of the most challenging spots?
Depends on timing. You just have to time it up. You have to commit and time it up with the right wind. And hopefully that you know, the guys, you know, they'll be talking to their caddies and try to get a beat on it, because it just started, you know, coming up now, and it is all over the place, and it's going to be a bit of a challenge for the guys there in the back.
We'll see you soon in Butler Cabin.
Thanks,
Tiger. Let's take it out to 13.
Thank you, Amanda. Last world #1 to go on to win was Tiger back in '02. Can Dustin Johnson do it today? Maybe it'll be Tiger putting the green jacket on Dustin Johnson, who finished second to him last year.
That will certainly help.
Got a little help from Greg Norman recently.
down in Jupiter, Florida, with his putting. Said he stopped him wiping those left to right putts. So it might have been a big help right there.
I think he's got his hands just a little bit higher, and that will help that, you bet.
Well, he certainly putted well since the comeback. He's really practiced hard during that time off back in May and April, May, June. And I think there, Dottie, seeing Abraham Answer's putt before his really helped him.
Enormous help, agreed. That was a lot of what happened to him yesterday too, Ian. Somehow he managed to get himself in places where he had reads from the other guys he was playing with, and they hit good putts, he hit better.
Take advantage of that. Now this young fella obviously has a good chance to win still with 5 holes left. Knock this one in for birdie. And he does. 2 good birdies there for Eamon Johnson, but he could become the 3rd youngest to finish in the top 5 here as a rookie. Jordan Spieth and Tiger Woods were both 21. Him is 22. But could be even better. He could. Now he takes another ball out there after a birdie. That other ball's done its job. Let's go to 14.
Cam Smith, his scrambling's been a thing of beauty this week, but he has to take advantage of this accessible hole location. Starting to run out of opportunities, and that will give him a pretty good look at birdie. Ahead to 15.
And McIlroy has taken the penalty drop, so that his 4th on the way. And that stays on that plateau in the back corner there. So a really good shot. He'll have that to save his par. Every time he comes to the Masters, so much pressure and expectation on him. Trying to win that career Grand Slam. Back to 14.
Back on the tee. Our leader.
Try to start that ball right on the second cut and let it fall, Bill.
He's back to a 4-shot lead, just where he started the day.
It's that lovely right to left wind he's just loving right now. Just cut it up against it for safety.
And that drive was perfect.
Yeah, they'll make 15 a tricky drive, but then 17 will be an easier drive.
Some JM.
They almost can't make fairways skinny enough for this young fellow. It's really remarkable.
He's been very precise and is again at the 14th. Working their way back up from Amen Corner toward the last. It's the final round of the 84th Masters.
Close with a birdie. That's a win for the family.
Yes, the tears were flowing. 2010. Green jacket number 3 for Phil, who's playing the other side of the course. 4 over for the tournament. In rounds of 69 and 70, it looked promising going into the 3rd round, but 79 surfaced. Disappointed in his putting all week as we get to the 14th.
Cam to get back within 3. Oh. He really thought that was going to move right just a touch more. This was a moment ago. Dylan Fratelli playing in his 2nd Masters, and he has had a heck of a week. And that gets him into red figures for this final round, and 12 under. Currently alone in 4th. Smith, par at 14. He remains 2 under for his final round. 15.
And Brooks Koepka here at 15 for birdie. And he has had a great time at the 15th this week. 2 eagles and 2 birdies here. As we send it over to Amanda.
Here with Andy Ogletree, the Low-Am for the 2020 Masters. First of all, how does that sound? That's a title not many get to realize.
Yeah, it sounds amazing. There's so many great amateurs here. I'm here with 5 other guys, and everyone's very deserving. Everyone's won a big tournament to get here, and to be low amateur is super special and something that I'll never forget. There's a lot of tradition when you come here as an amateur, staying in the Crow's Nest, the amateur dinner. I know our Trevor Immelman spoke to you, and then, of course, getting to play with the reigning champion. What are some of the moments that are really going to stick out to you for a lifetime? Yeah, going to the amateur dinner was awesome, sitting around with some members and important people in the game of golf, and hearing everyone's stories from, past tournaments and stuff is super cool. I actually stayed in the Crow's Nest right after that, so I got the full amateur experience. Didn't sleep much Wednesday night, and I was walking out to the first tee Thursday morning, and Tiger kind of embraced me and started laughing, and he was like, let's go do this thing, bud. And I'm like, all right, let's go do it. So it was awesome. Unbelievable. Well done. We'll see you in Butler Cabin. Let's take it out to 14.
Amanda, thank you. So many great memories for these young players, these amateurs from around the world. And that kind of a microcosm for the week for Justin Thomas. Par at 14. Let's go to 15.
And McIlroy trying to save par after hitting it through the back into the water. Does that. Good putt. But not to be here at the 84th Masters for McIlroy. He'll be counting down the days till April and next year's Masters. Now back up at the top of the hill on the tee, Fratelli. Wind going to be hurting as they play this hole, mainly out of the left. And he's put on a lot of distance in the last few months. Let's see if he can hit a straight one here. And he'll be trying to figure out the best way to lay up from there. No chance at going for the green. Over to 14.
Dustin and Sungjae Im, center of the fairway, both.
Sungjae first to play with a 9-iron. He's up the wind straight down from here. Gotta keep this ball in the air 140, Bill, to get it on the upper level.
Well, hole high, but not as close as he would have wanted. And then a big drive from Dustin. Scoring record in his sights. Co-held by Tiger and Jordan.
That is a sand wedge on the way.
What an effort. Well, he is close. Let's go to 16.
And Rory McIlroy with an 8-iron. Well, something caused him to grin. I'm sure it wasn't a tee shot. Back to 15.
And Cameron Smith, 4 behind. Can he do something special at the par 5? And that's a pretty good start with a great tee shot there for the young Australian. What an exciting finish this is going to be to the 84th Masters. Johnson leads by 4.
Abraham Answer back at the 14th. He was unable to clear the ridge line of that false front, went back down into the fairway, so his third shot on its way.
He's continued to struggle off the tee mostly, Bill, and it just puts so much pressure on his long game and then ultimately the putter.
Shoulders slumped a bit, playing in his very first Masters. Sungjae Im as well. Do you think this grouping has helped Dustin, Dottie?
You know, there's been a little, I would say, comfortable chatter at times, but there's no big personality out here. Everything's just kind of rolling along, and I think that helps Dustin.
Maybe some early nerves here on Sunday with those bogeys at 4 and 5, but it's just so hard to tell with Dustin.
I think there were some nerves, and you saw some putts that came up a little weaker than we've seen throughout the week, and that's natural. If you get some pressure going, tension creates that sort of weak putt, but he's gotten through it. I think what happened at 6 was big, making that 2 there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. When you make a few mistakes here, you start looking at all the hazards. And when you're playing well, you still see the hazards. You're going to say there's a bunker left or a fall off right. Fine, but I know how to deal with it. When you suddenly just go off the rails for a little while, you start looking at oh my goodness, don't go there, don't go there. And I agree, that 6th hole was, I call it the barometer of your nerve. You can stand up and hit that back plateau, and he did better than that. He makes a 2.
Currently leads by 4. That would tie the largest margin of victory since 2000. That was Jordan. Won wire to wire in 2015.
You know, I think if he goes on to win, he'll also look back at the par he made at 7. He hit a good tee shot that only missed the fairway by 1.5 feet, 2 feet. And had to work really hard for it to keep the momentum from 6. Oh, there's a fast one there. My goodness.
Gives you a sense of just how quick it is from there. And Dottie, remember the 2-putt par Dustin had early in the week from the other side of this green? Had to go the entire width of the green.
Well, that was, they hit 290 footers on the 11 and 14, which he managed to 2-putt both of them.
And if you dial it back even to the shot that he hit here, Bill, to set that up, he really didn't have much down the left-hand side and created something to give himself that 90-footer. That never really looked like a 4 after except when it hit the hole.
Yeah, it's those little...
It's the little things.
Those little threads that create the fabric of a first green jacket.
This one will be super fast too, going in the direction down to Race Creek. Whole property tilts that way.
He's been so thoughtful about his putts here. While he surveys the angles from all angles. Let's go to 16.
McIlroy up the ridge. Little too aggressive. To 14.
This would move the lead to 5. There's a gust of wind, and I think distracted Dustin, so goes back, resets his routine. There it is. The lead is 5 with 4 to play and back-to-back birdies for Dustin. Looking very much in control of his emotions, his game, and everything needed for a first Masters. Went on to say par there. That was at 11, and then a short time ago at the 13th. A birdie. Then after a perfect drive at the 14th to this back hole location. Delivers it. And then caps it with this for birdie. And a 5-shot advantage. Heading to the par 5 15th. World number 1, Dustin Johnson. Oh, so close to 15.
This was just a moment ago. John Rahm for eagle here at 15. And there you go. Little fist pump. He's still fighting, grinding. On a nice little run there with 3 under in the last 3 holes. Now back on top of the hill. Cameron Smith made an eagle here in round 2. Needs one now. Oh no. I believe that has ended up left of the Saracen Bridge down in the second cut. And this is actually what I just referenced. This was in the second round. Tough hole location in the back left corner. But not for Cameron Smith. What a golf shot that was. And a wry smile. And a beautiful eagle. Now Thomas. Of all the players going for the green in 2 here, only 30% have hit it. Oh, and great shot there from the major champion. He'll have that left for eagle. Now back on the tee, tournament leader.
Breeze back into the players, Trevor.
Double cross here, Dottie.
Well, it might force him to lay up. We've seen it before.
Stay connected to the 84th Masters Tournament anywhere, anytime. Visit Masters.com. Download the official Masters app and sign up for the official Masters newsletter. To 16.
McIlroy. Only got his 3. But as Jim said a while ago, he'll have to wait 4.5, 5 months till April. 15.
And Sung Jae Im.
That's got to get boring.
Ever. It must be enjoyable.
That's so good.
He's going to be in perfect position up that right-hand side. Unencumbered view down the valley. Now Fratelli's third here at 15. After the poor tee shot. Got it back into position. But with the wind swirling, that is a very difficult third. So well played there by Fratelli. Dustin Johnson, 4 holes to play. 5-shot lead. We're back here at Augusta National and the 15th green. Cameron Smith, after a poor second well left, is walking all the way up near the flagstick to see exactly what lies ahead. Actually not too bad of a miss over there. Normally there would be a huge patron observation stand, but not this year. So he's got a pretty good angle coming right up the green. Final group making their way down the fairway to where their tee shots ended up.
Nothing landed on top or skip something like that. I like skipping something. Crystal skip. Okay.
Well, at least he has an upslope to work against, Trevor.
Yeah, I actually think coming out of the second cut is going to help him as well, because it'll take some of the spin off. A little bit easier for that ball to climb that ridge and get onto the plateau where the hole location is. And that's well played. Pretty good leave. He'll be putting uphill from there. So a pretty good break after a poor second. Can he take advantage of it?
Well, if these players are thinking Dustin's going to win, there's always second place to play for, which is pretty darn important.
Well, Cameron Smith's best performances in majors. He had a 5th here in 2018 and a 4th at the US Open as well. So this great experience that he's banking here. And back up in the fairway. Dustin Johnson trying to get a green jacket, win a green jacket, get his second major.
Yeah, how did that feel, Trevor? Wire to wire here at the Masters.
Kind of surreal, must be honest.
Yeah.
Got off to a good start Thursday and thankfully never looked back.
How did you stay in the same intensity all week? Did you like to switch on and off, or could you keep that same kind of mode?
I would switch on and off. I had family staying with me, so we were able to have a good time back at that rental house every evening. And it was actually a rain delay after before the 3rd round. And so we finished really late on Saturday. So by the time I got back to the house, I was absolutely beat and got to sleep pretty quick. As Fratelli putts up the hill for birdie. This is a huge week for Dylan as well. His best finish in a major, tie for 31st at the PGA Championship in 2018. Top 12 and ties this week. Will get back into the Masters next April. So a fantastic performance for him here. Cameron Smith has relied on this putter all week long. Back up in the fairway, Dustin Johnson.
Walked onto the yardage was good.
So just a layup for Dustin, and he'll have that difficult 3rd shot. Now Smith for birdie. Oh, pours it right into the heart.
What if Gene Sarazen was watching that one?
Over the bridge, makes the 10-footer.
That is outrageous, isn't it?
It sure is pretty fortunate.
God, that was nearly 60 yards left, in serious trouble, and up and downs it.
Now Thomas, after that fantastic second, trying to make eagle. There's only been 2 eagles here so far in the final round. And there's another. So that gets Justin Thomas to 13 under. And a little bit of crystal, which is sent to the players by Augusta National for any eagles or hole-in-ones. or when we have a par 3 contest, hole-in-ones in the par 3 contest, and low scores for each day. A beautiful touch. Now Answer back in the fairway.
257, Trevor. Love the way he flights these fairway woods. Such a good sweeping motion.
And that'll just creep in there. Not too bad. He'll have a lot of green to work with. But it's been a tough all day for Abraham. But he'll learn a lot about himself and his game. Put that to good use down the road. Now Im.
5 yards closer. Wind seems to have laid down quite a bit right now.
Swirling back into the players down here at the green.
Yeah, it's just not smacking them right in the face like it was just a few minutes ago.
Oh, that needs to settle down. Settle down. Pretty fortunate there. And that's what happens when you're in between clubs here at the 15th hole. Just fly it through the back, gets a hard bounce. Over to 16.
John Rahm for birdie. And John gets into double digits under par. To 17th.
Rory for birdie here. Can be aggressive up the slope. Best finish is a 4th here over the years. Would dearly love to complete that Grand Slam. This is was his 6th try.
Now here at the 15th, Dustin Johnson's 3rd.
Well, Austin did such a good job walking into that crossway to find out what the maximum yardage was there. They left his brother with a perfect little sand wedge.
Oh, and that is a fantastic shot under all that pressure, wind swirling. Beautiful distance control there from the world #1. And he looks rock solid. Over to 16.
Justin Thomas. Birdies in rounds 2 and 3.
Hit it. Hit it.
Had a hole-in-one here a year ago, but this time away from this unfamiliar, non-traditional Sunday hole location. Well, this is a year ago. Aces are not uncommon here at 16 on a Sunday. And we've seen any number of them, 22 in all. Phil Mickelson and John Rahm helping to celebrate for Justin Thomas. That was the 22nd eagle, by far more than any other par 3 on the course. Here's Cameron Smith.
Stay up on top. Stay there.
Asked it to stay there, and it obeyed.
And the other amateur to make the cut, John Augenstein, finishing. Fine showing for the Vanderbilt man, who's just like Ogletree, been a member of the United States winning Walker Cup team under Captain Nathaniel Crosby. As we go back to the 16th.
And Fratelli. Said get there please, and this ball disobeyed. To 15.
answer with his third here from the bunker. Coming downhill and downwind so fast. That is beautifully judged. Been a tough day for Abe. +5 in this final round. But his first Masters. He'll be back again. Great look there at what Im faces now. Steep upslope that he has to stun this ball into. Very difficult to get this inside of 10 feet.
Well, you have to be firm enough to get it up the slope and then have enough control to put the brakes on before it runs down to the water on the other side.
And consequently, we see a lot of players come up short of the green from down here, Dottie.
And then you throw a little the Bermuda in transition in here too, and it gets a little, it's unpredictable. And it's just a hard shot.
Well, we've been talking about his great touch around the greens all week. But this is going to take something special.
If it does come in a little too hot, Trevor, that wind is downwind and it will push the ball.
Just go a little. Oh, this is incredible.
Brilliant.
What a great shot from the young man from South Korea. Just 22 years old, not showing any nerves. Beautifully executed. And I think very important there for him to have got his ball inside of Johnson's. Even though he's 5 behind, just keep the pressure on to the end.
Dustin actually walked by me as that ball was in the air and he said, "How good is that?"
Yeah, you don't see too many players getting it up and down from near the pond at 16. Over to 16.
And the next to last grouping of Smith, Fratelli, and Thomas. Now, Dylan Fratelli. $15.
And Dustin Johnson lining up his birdie attempt. This would get him to 20 under par. Scoring record, Tiger Woods and Jordan Spieth share at -18.
That's the number we were picking if he did everything right today, wasn't it, Trevor?
Well, he's done such an amazing job after the rocky start to just hang in there, not panic. Actually looked at a stat this morning. He hasn't shot over par in the final round of a tournament in almost 9 months, Nick.
Wow, that gives that sort of things, isn't that? That gives you that confidence that you and trust you know what you're doing, you know how to do it.
It also puts an awful lot of pressure on the people that might be closer to you because they know they have to play perfect golf.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So hit the poor tee shot, laid up. And what a birdie that is. 3 in a row. 5-shot lead as he walks over to the 16th tee. That is impressive.
I think I can start looking in the green jacket closet right now. He's got very long arms, so Just send that message to the clubhouse.
16, Cameron Smith. Oh, 2 feet left. And we go back to 15.
And Answer gets one to fall. That's been the club that's been the thorn in his side today. The putter has not pitched up for him here in the final round. Now Sung Jae Im with about 5 feet down the hill here for his birdie. Cameron Smith did tap in at 16. Got to be a little careful with this putt. Quite a lot of break from his left. Oh, well done. That is a stellar up and down there at 16. So a birdie for him as well.
This was earlier, Justin Thomas for his birdie. Well done. Now for Telly. This is for par. Oy, oy, oy. So he drops a shot and falls back into a tie at 11 under with the resurgence of Rory McIlroy, who came back from that desperately unfortunate start of 75. Johnson with a 5-shot lead over Cameron Smith and Sung Jae Im. On the tee at 16. Yes, Dottie.
And Vern, that's a... Oh, look, that really works for him.
Just fine. Well, now less than fine, but...
Human.
You know, you've been with him every step of this final round. I've also been struck by the discipline he's shown, especially on the second 9.
I would agree.
To 18.
That's Koepka. Comes a pretty stellar group to 18th. Brooks turning things around, going nicely. Rory pounded a drive right round the corner.
Let's go back to 16.
And Sung Jae Im.
Same club, Vern. He has put pressure on his short game, and he has certainly delivered.
This will be pressure packed. We go to 18.
Yeah, some tee shot here by McIlroy. Koepka should be familiar with that putt that he's going to face.
Yeah,
he had it last year in the final round to try to put a little more pressure on Tiger. Missed it badly to the left. Let's go back to 17.
Well, it's only 5:11 a.m. in the morning in Brisbane, Australia, but I can tell you just about every golf fan will be up watching Cameron Smith. Breakfast at the Masters is a tradition unlike any other, Jim, back in Australia, and they'll be watching this young man with great interest. He's 5 back, though, of Dustin Johnson, who's swaggering up the 16th.
Back to the final stages of a tournament delayed 7 months because of concerns about COVID. With the tournament leader, someone who tested positive, in fact, for the COVID virus on October 11th and quarantined for 11 days in Las Vegas and didn't return to practice till November 2nd. And Rory betrayed there with that birdie putt. Gives a little nod.
And a groan. I think I could hear the groan from here from him. That was put him through himself through the ringer again.
You know, one of those old Augusta sayings, you can't win the tournament on Thursday, but you can lose it. I think that applied here.
Yeah, I'm only guessing with the strategy he had. As I mentioned earlier, maybe he forces it day one, just wants to do everything perfectly, and then he said, oh, to heck with that, I'll just go and play.
This year
it worked out.
Brooks misses it on the right-hand side. So that's the 6th try to complete the slam here at Augusta for McIlroy. It's going to be another top 10 for him. He's tied for 5th. In fact, he's gone the last 5 years 5th, 7th, 10th, 4th, and 5th. He's been around it, but just too much ground to overcome after that poor start this year. Let's go back to 16.
Sungjae Im. Well, again, that was a splendid touch. He's impressive. Now down below. Dustin Johnson. What do we see here, Dottie?
Well, we're just starting to see a little emotion out of Dustin for the very first time. But this is a putt with about 3.5, 4 feet of elevation change. It is super slow in the middle. I don't think he's had a putt of this sort of shape in quite some time. I can't recall, or one that would require so much hit. Yeah, maybe not since the 8th hole.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's fortunate. He's kind of flag high, because if you go past the flag and then you putt into that upper plateau, and you get it wrong, you can make a real mess of it. So you're kind of at worst, he should be able to get it within the 3-foot circle.
Well, that's worthy of a champion.
Yeah, now it's going to feel pretty good. Once you get past the water at 16, I mean, in theory, obviously there's some trees around, but with 5 shots, you've got to feel at worst you can get to 18. At worst, with a 3-shot lead, if Cam
was to birdie it and he was to bogey it.
And the final member of this grouping. Wow, let's go to 17.
Up in the second cut, just a couple of paces in. Hole location back right. Just 155 with the wind behind. Just depends if it misses the trees. There we see it, center of the green. Didn't want to miss right. That's not too bad. Can two-putt that to stay at 15 under. 5 back of Dustin Johnson, though. Really needed birdie to really apply any pressure. Now Fratelli. Can he make up for that short miss at 16? Oh, no. You do not want to go long right there. That'll be a tough one. Justin Thomas also with some work to do there at 17. We'll be right back to watch the coronation of Dustin Johnson here at the Masters.
For live stream, scoring, news, and more, visit Masters.com. We're on the precipice of seeing a Masters tournament scoring record for 72 holes. 270, 18 par, the long-held record. First set by Tiger in '97, matched by Jordan in 2015. Dustin is 2 shots better than that pace as we go out to 16.
Kim. Great up and down. Abraham Answer also got his 3 here. Dustin waiting at the 17th. He, well, let's go there and join Ian Baker Finch.
Thank you very much, Vern. Honored to be able to follow you. Great man. Not a difficult drive up the hill here for Dustin today with the wind behind.
No, and you know, I think you boil this down at this point too. I have to make 4 more good golf swings. Keep it really simple.
Another record that he has going as well is 11 straight rounds under par. Tiger held that record at 10. Dustin tied it yesterday. And today would be 11 consecutive rounds under par at the Masters. Right side of the tee. Look for a high fade.
We're going to start going further and further as well.
Perfect.
When it gets a little bit of adrenaline into it as well, Ian.
Yeah, plenty of speed. Absolutely ideal. Just a sand wedge left. There's the record scores that Jim Nance was telling us about. Tiger by 12 in 1997, Jordan by 4, the great Jack Nicklaus in 65, matched by the veteran Raymond Floyd. I remember watching that. He took this course apart with his 5-wood back in 76. Now Im. Can he pierce another one straight up the middle?
I think the answer is yes.
Machine-like. Boy, it's been a driving clinic.
Yeah, once he learns why he hit a couple of pulls today, he's going to be even more dangerous, isn't he?
Over the back right of 17 is Dylan Fratelli. Justin Thomas there in shot at the front of the green. He's in 3. He had to go way right with his second after a bad drive. And Fratelli really the only one that isn't anywhere near the top 50 in the world. So this finish today in the top 12 will secure his position in the field in April. Magical shot from that position. Boy, you remember that one for a long time. That's such a hard pitch. After his tee shot at 17, oh boy, the breathing is such a big part of professional sport, and Nick and I know well. Nick, it's a big thing that you concentrate on in moments like this. Just concentrate on the breathing.
Absolutely. People think we're joking, but you've got to learn to breathe. A bit like yoga. Got to be able to lower it. It's not take deep breaths which are up in the top of your chest. It's basically push everything down and get nice and calm, and you can tell your voice goes slower, and I hope your swing goes slower.
Yes.
And your scorecard goes lower.
Cameron Smith, if he can finish par, would have 4 rounds in the 60s, which has never been done. No player has ever had 4 rounds in the 60s at the Masters.
That's pretty harsh to get that record, and you're not going to win.
Yeah, wouldn't it be, to finish 15
Wow.
under, say, and run second by 5 at the moment anyway. What a different scene it's been this week. It's so great to be back out playing, and so glad we didn't need to miss it. His putting has been amazing all week, leading the field in putting. That left for par. Let's check in with Amanda.
Here with Rory McIlroy. Rory, we were just talking about the difference between this year and years past, and you said something pretty staggering to me. If you could repeat it, just the difference in the feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different feel, right? It's, the Masters, you've got all this build up, this hype. And I think a lot of people feel that stress and anxiety coming in here. Maybe more so me, because I'm trying to do something that would put me in a pretty elite group in our game. But yeah, I mean, I felt more relaxed this week. And, I was saying to you, sometimes I come here and I'll lose between 10 and 15 pounds during the week just because I'm so, riled up, and you're burning so much more energy, and hasn't felt quite like that this week. So I'm probably going home a little heavier than I usually do.
Just 2 bogeys in your final 54 holes. What can you take from this week? Because it's a pretty quick turnaround to April to continue on that search.
Yeah, I just keep doing the same things. I didn't have a great start, but, as you said, over the last 54 holes, only 2 bogeys, a lot of great golf in there. So, yeah, maybe that more relaxed approach coming in here, not overthinking it as much, could be the key for me.
Enjoyed the time off. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Let's take it out to 17.
Thank you, Amanda, as we watch Dustin down in the middle of the fairway, just checking his notes.
Ian, that's just what we need, is a new diet, the Masters diet. How to lose 15 pounds.
Oh, I could sign on for that.
Yeah,
Nick.
come and play the Masters. And
I've actually been trying the Bryson diet, putting on 35. Now Smith for par. Rock solid. A winner earlier this year in Hawaii, a 2-time winner on tour. Australian PGA champ a couple of times. Big future in front of him. 27. Needs par on the 18th for the 4th round in the 60s, as I said, and it would be the lowest score by anyone not winning in history. 14 under is the best score for second place. I find that absolutely amazing. Now Fratelli, one of the few that leaves the flag in. I've said that many times, but it still amazes me to see it. At 60 years of age, it's something that is just so unusual to me.
especially for a professional, putting out right there with just the player, the flag stick, and that's it. That's all we see. I agree. We'll probably never lose that, Ian.
Okay, here's Phil over on the other side of the course.
His final hole. And he's able to have some fun with this one. Meanwhile, at 18, finishing up, John Rahm. is for an under par round. Got it. 71. Tied for 7th with Koepka and Pan. Pan, who waited the longest to get to this tournament, winning at Hilton Head the week after Tiger's victory in 2019. Qualifier had to wait almost a full 19 months. Back out to 17.
Him to go, Dottie.
7-iron, Ian. It's not quite all the way up to the top of the hill, but he can see enough.
What a performance by the 22-year-old rookie.
Positives to remember here.
Oh, yes. What some great memories to take through the rest of his career. Hopefully it's a long one. He certainly looks, at this point, it could be. Very steady. No need to go flag hunting here, but I have a feeling.
It's kind of hard to not do it when you've just got a pitching wedge in your hand.
Well, it's the right distance, and he was obviously aiming a little left of the flag. You don't want to miss right there, so. To 18T.
Down a little.
Yeah, it's
Down.
downwind, but it's going to work out perfectly.
It's Dustin Johnson's day. He's on his way to winning the 2020 Masters. Just a moment ago, Jordan Spieth finishing. Catching the lip, but doesn't drop. In the final round, 72 plus 1 for the champion here in 2015, tied for 46th. And Phil curls in a birdie to close. Those two, Spieth and Mickelson, 2 of the 11 past champions to make the cut. Amy out there watching Phil. Let's go back to 17.
They're a great couple. Dustin will be first to putt.
Abe Answer has played his third from. And Dustin will be going in the fast direction down toward Rays Creek. It's subtly fast.
He hit a beautiful first putt back at 16, Dottie. I thought that was wonderful touch with the pressure building.
Yeah, much agreed.
He's had quite a few chances to win majors. The solo major he won was at Oakmont in 2016.
Remember the crusher at Chambers Bay. Pebble.
How about the crusher at Whistling Straits?
That's right.
Back in 2010. Boy, he handled that well. He's handled all of those defeats well. It's good to see him bounce back. Second at the PGA Championship to Morikawa.
He got outplayed. He was definitely just outplayed there.
He sure was. 64 by Colin. Good effort from that range. Left it below the hole for his second. Yes, and it will be his 24th victory on the PGA Tour. Will tie the great Gary Player, who won here 3 times. for 26th all time. One would think with his athleticism and his form and his ability and the way he's turned his putting and short game around in the last few years that he could go on to win many more majors. It's been a long while since, you know, we've been saying he could win every time he comes in. He was certainly favourite this week. And he's been #1 in the world many, many weeks over the past 3 years.
It would be pretty easy to rest on your laurels and just say, I'm the best player in the world, and just, okay. But he's kind of put himself out there and figured out just how he can be better. Kind of torn himself apart and built himself back up again.
Who will ever forget that performance he put on for us a couple of months ago up in the Boston area, where he won going away with about 30 under par around a great course. Im remains 15 under and a tie for second with Cameron Smith.
Yeah, that was that day. We were all really disappointed. He only shot a 60.
That's right.
We said it was a 57. Come on, you know. Had it on the plate.
I swear that that leaderboard that week looked like a typo. It was just so odd.
Well, he's finally made a couple of putts. Just couldn't get them early. Great learning experience for the young man, though. Finish it in style, Dustin. It's once again the same routine. And Dustin Johnson heads to the 72nd hole with a 5-shot lead here at the 84th Masters. A Masters so unique, being played in November. No patrons. Look at him. It's like a Wednesday afternoon practice round. Fantastic. Up to 18.
Tied for second.
Stay there.
Look at
now. This is what I've been talking about all day. Look at the wind whipping at 8. You know, I'm amazed it didn't affect the 12th when they were down there, Jim, because it was hammering like this at that particular time. But 1,000 yards away, it was way less. Thank goodness for them picking a club on 12 with this going on.
And now for Telly. And we saw none of that the first 3 days.
No, absolutely. From flat calm to maybe 5 miles an hour at most.
By the way, Nick, the Masters tournament record for fewest bogeys made by a champion is 5.
Wow. And how many's he got?
Jack Nicklaus did it, okay, in 1965. And Jimmy DeMeritt first set it in 1940, his first of 3 green jackets. He comes here with 4.
Huh. It's a nice way to just know you mastered the Masters. This will
come out.
Nice.
Let's see. What's he talking about here?
Oh,
okay.
I knew he would.
Bombs
Hammer it to the longest. Hammer it to the end of the bunker. 330 yards up the hill.
Of course, many will instantly recall that tee shot he hit on the 72nd at Oakmont. Saved his best for last on that occasion. And that was a sweet one on the 72nd today.
Should work. Yeah, it'll be far enough up to have a clear view.
It worked just fine. Up ahead, Cam Smith.
Oh, this could be huge. This could be. Oh, is it?
Well, he's going to get the record.
Yeah.
4 rounds under 70. He never forgot that day when his country came to a stop to watch Adam Scott become the first to win the green jacket. He was at the Queensland Academy of Sports at that time. And they all stopped in the gym and just watched that moment and dreamt. He had this big amateur career trying to be like Adam Scott. He actually went through the Asian Amateur, something that is very dear to the heart here. If Augusta has spread the love of the game around the world to the Asia Pacific Amateur and the Latin America Amateur, and Cam played in that, trying to find a way as an amateur to get into the tournament when he was young. Played in 2011 and 2012, and this will be the best finish by anyone ever participated in the Asia Pacific Amateur.
He beats Adam's score, but no green jacket.
Wow. There is Cameron Smith at the Asia Pacific Amateur with Augusta chairman at the time, Billy Payne. Yeah, it was just a great amateur career. He won the Australia Boys, something that Jason Day had won. Adam Scott had won twice. He won the Australian Amateur, an event that goes back to 1894. He won that the same year Adam won the green jacket, and that has a decorated list of champions from Greg Chalmers to Mike Clayton, Bob Shear, Bruce Devlin, many names, you know, Matthew Goggin. What an experience this is for him.
Yeah, I remember those 2 shots today on the 7th and 9th.
Jeff Ogilvie, a past winner of that Australian Amateur. Just so many great Aussie players through the years. We were talking about them earlier, and those who contended here. And Bruce Crampton was another one that came to mind. That's a nice mark to be able to say, though, Nick, that you've done something no one had ever done.
That's
for
rather cool.
One tournament, 4 rounds in the 60s.
Yeah, rather cool. You've done that. You've had such a great week. You have to tip your hat to Dustin. Completely outplayed everybody.
A tip of the hat to this guy, too.
Yeah, it's a great week for this man. He's a talented guy. We found some length. But really talented, great. Learned a lot this week. You know, learned about how to handle the emotion of the Masters, or of a weekend or a week at the Masters or a major, and we'll be back next year. Top 12 get an invitation, so that's huge for these players.
Top 12 in ties, which would include all those at 9 under. Now Thomas has 4th alone, and what do you think he takes away from this week, Nick?
Probably, I should think probably more frustration to first, that had his chances here and there, and the odd paid for. Sometimes you can make mistakes and get away with them, with the scrambling at the right time. Sometimes you make very simple mistakes and you really pay for them. So maybe he feels he's had that kind of week.
Gets up and down out of the bunker for a par save in a round of 70. Under par every day. His best round came on Thursday. His best ever opening round by 7 shots. You see a great many members and others assembled from media ranks, and some volunteers encircling the 18th, so it won't be complete silence when the final putt is holed.
That's a 4-iron for Abraham Answer, trying to hit a high cut off that uphill lie. A lot of work today for this kid.
Yeah. Yeah, be in a little disbelief how he managed to miss those couple of short ones that kind of just set a little some uncertainty in his mind. But he battles hard. And wait till he plays this golf course when it's rock hard. He would be a good outside name to pick, wouldn't he?
This is a pretty standard 9-iron for Sung Jae Im. He'd be another one to keep an eye on as the years go on.
Well, yeah.
Does too many things well not to contend.
It stays up.
You know, Dottie, with so much talk about the drivers, a player like him who naturally fades it, maybe he should carry on the odd golf course, carry 2 drivers. One he knows he can draw without doing anything different. Oh, take your time, Dustin.
No kidding.
do you mind not hitting the ball while I'm talking? Please try to win the Masters.
He is in a hurry to slip on a new piece of wardrobe.
2 putts for 20 under in 2020.
You get to a point like this and you start thinking about the fingerprints that are on a moment like this. His father, Scott, drove over from South Carolina today to see his sons and then go back and have a watch party. His father, Scott, a former golf professional. His mother, Candy, is here. His maternal grandparents are here, including his grandfather, Art, who was a fantastic basketball player at South Carolina in the school's Hall of Fame. He's got, of course, Paulina and the boys here, Tatum and River. And there's Paulina. Wayne and Janet, her parents, are here. Although because of the access, a great many are back at the house where they're all watching, looking forward to a celebration tonight.
Well, you know, Jim, we all make fun of the tone of his voice and expression on his face, but he's going to get the last laugh, isn't he? Because he really does have an enviable golfing mind. You know, he experiences things, he analyzes them, he deals with it, and then he forgets them. You know, that's a pretty good philosophy in life, rather than carrying, you know, old past stuff around on your shoulders all the time.
Hey, Bubba's come out to watch, and welcome to the club. Im for second alone. He'll need that to tie Smith. I talk about fingerprints. They got the second and third generation Harmon family. They've been so vital to Dustin's development. You see on the left there, just to the right of Bubba, is Claude Harmon III, whose grandfather, Claude, won the green jacket in 1948. Won it as he was still serving as the head golf professional at Wingfoot. And of course, Claude, the champion here, his son, Butch, that would be Claude Jr. Butch was one of the first teachers who really turned that game up a notch. Butch doesn't travel as much as he used to. He's back in Las Vegas, but absolutely a huge part of the success. You saw his manager, David Winkle, in that group awaiting to salute their man. CH3, as Claude III is called, has taken the torch and been a tremendous asset as well. This right here would move him into that tie for 10th, get him in the top 12 in ties. Of course, he's got a world ranking that's high enough. He's going to be back in April. 76 today, got away from him in that stretch from the 3rd through the 7th. Well, there's a great story here, Nick, and
A lot of people, you say, talk about how there's this nonchalance, this doesn't look to have a care in the world type attitude, but everyone around him, everyone a part of that team will tell you about the fire that's burning inside and the joy that he's had being able to take these last 7 years and share this journey with his brother.
Absolutely, and his work ethic. You know, he's taken the building again, the physical strength to prepare for golf to another level.
If he makes it, it'll be the lowest total in relation to par in major history, 21 under. But why make it in 2020 when you can finish right on that number?
Yeah.
20 under by Stenson at the Open in 16. 20 under by Jason Day. And the 2020 Masters. The long-awaited Masters has a long-awaited champion in Dustin Johnson.
Austin's choked up. So he should be. What a great partnership. A very powerful partnership. Why stop here when you've done all this work? Congratulations, Dustin. Brilliant.
For a share of second.
It breaks into a canter now, Jim. Yeah, keep that flag stick. It's the best memento to have.
Yeah, Austin's choked up and Paulina is too. I mentioned his manager, David Winkle. He said this tournament, this has always been the one with 3 circles around it. When you grow up in this area, this is the one. But to do it together, there's David. And Claude, the third.
Always dreamed of having one of those. Exactly.
And good old Bubba. Welcome to the club, said Bubba.
My mom is crying for sure.
Oh, AJ, I was tearing up on that.
I did, yeah.
It's a good day. How about you? I'm gonna go get my car.
All right, I'm gonna go back there. Will you let me know what you want me to do?
I don't have my. I'll get my phone from
Your
AJ in a
media is
second.
all like credit card, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go
gonna
with the
be a
kids.
while.
I'll come get you in like.
I'll just call you.
Yeah,
'Cause
perfect.
I'm
I love you.
I know she. Okay. Thanks,
I
Mr.
can go
Tom.
through this way.
Tom. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you guys. I'll put this on.
Congratulations, Doug. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you.
How are you?
Hey, how you doing? JT.
Buzzy Johnson from the club, who will be retiring, sorting out what the game plan is with Paulina. Tom Nelson, one of the members, helping escort him to go in and sign, and there are others waiting for him, like Justin Thomas.
Thank you.
And Zach Johnson.
What we talked about earlier, that's definitely in play now. Good going, buddy. Yes, you do. Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Be the shortest in the history, but
Here's Jordan, who nosed him out at Chambers Bay in 2015.
Thanks, JP. Congratulations. Thank you. Great job.
It's a big thing for the game, Nick. When you got a guy with this talent, and he's seen it all year long, he's a player of the year. Breaks the tournament scoring record by 2 shots. And there's Austin. I heard him say to Paulina, AJ always gets choked up, but I'm sure never more like today. Dustin Johnson, final round 68, wins it by 5. In the last 40 years, there have only been 3 occasions where the winning margin was 5 or more. Tiger, 97. Nick, you did it one of your years.
Yeah.
And now Dustin. That's in the last 40 years. Nick did it in 96. Let's go back down outside 18 to Amanda.
Here with Cameron Smith. Cam, if there's one thing I know about you, it's that you have no quit. Could you just describe the fight that you put up all week long to record all 4 rounds in the 60s, the first player in Masters history to do that?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't realize until you told me, but yeah, I mean, there was a lot of good scrambling this week. Not many bogeys, a lot of mistakes actually into the greens, but managed to get through pretty good.
Listen, Dustin Johnson put together just an unbelievable performance, but what was it like for you trying to chase him down today and without the patrons, but certainly those leaderboards are big and hard to ignore. How did that change the way you approached today?
Yeah, I thought I'd have a decent shot if I got to Dustin's original score at the start of the day, 16 under. I knew I had to put the pressure on early, got out of the gates pretty good, and DJ was just too good at the end.
It certainly seems like your time is coming here. Well done, though, this week.
Thank you.
Jim?
Well, the card is being signed, tallied, and then he'll head over to Butler Cabin. He'll be the latest to become a member here. The biggest prize in golf, the green jacket, will be his shortly. The Butler Cabin ceremony, Masters Rewind. And we'll have an encore presentation of this final round broadcast tonight on the CBS Sports Network. A number of records have been set. Well, the second career major for Dustin, and the lowest 72-hole score in Masters history, 268. Remember, he was the first to shoot 2 rounds of 65 or lower in the same tournament, with rounds 1 and 3 posting 65s. And ties in relation to par, the major championship scoring mark of 20 under. After pars at 1 and 2, his first birdie of the day came at the 3rd. He would bogey the 4th and 5th and see his margin cut to 1 as he stood on the tee at 6. That was an important swing. That led to birdie at 6. At 13 for birdie. Here's the approach into 14. And pick up another one here. Had the layup too far left off the tee at 15. Got a good number from Austin. And spun a wedge sideways just below the hole. That led to another birdie. At 18, A 2-putt par to complete a second 933. And a round of 68. Let's go back down to Amanda.
Here was Sungjae Im and his translator, Danny Owen. Sungjae, it was one of the best scrambling rounds we've seen. How would you describe this round and how it ranks in your career and how you fought the entire day?
스크램블링 너무 잘했고 4라운드 너무 멋졌는데 그걸 한마디 하면
일단 뭐 1, 2라운드는 샷도 좋고 스크램블 좋고 퍼도 잘 됐는데 이제 오늘 같은 날은 좀 아이언샷이 잘 안 되더라고요. 그래서 스크램블 되게 어프로치 세이브가 제가 생각했던 곳에 잘 떨어지고 또 스핀도 컨트롤도 잘 되고 해서 그런 점이 오늘은 되게 잘 돼서 세이브를 많이 할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Yeah, my iron accuracy definitely wasn't as up to par as I did play in the first 2 rounds, but I was able to put it on the place where I was able to have a good angle of getting close to the hole, so my scrambling was pretty good.
I know a win is always the goal, but what did you just prove to yourself here at a place that you've been watching and wanting to win since you were 10 years old about the possibility of becoming a major champion?
물론 우승이 목표지만 이번 성적에 대해서 어떻게 생각하세요?
너무 만족스럽고 솔직히 이번 목표는 예선 통과였는데 이렇게까지 또 공동 2등으로 끝나서 오늘 같은 날 제 평생에도 그래도 기억에 남는 날이 될 것 같아요.
I'll be honest with you. You know, my goal was to make the cut and make the weekend, but finishing tied for second is unbelievable, and I'm proud of my game.
Unbelievable goal to make the cut. You finished tied runner-up. Jim?
Yeah, just an amazing week for Im, for Smith. They share second at 15 under par. How many years would that have been a winning total for them? But there'll be quite a party tonight right here in Augusta as Dustin has so many family members around him. His younger sister Rory has come over from Irmo, South Carolina. Parents, grandparents, Paulina's family, the 2 little boys just taking up golf. It's going to be quite a day as they realize the dream has come true. Something that Dustin talked about since he was a little boy when his dad was the head pro at Mid-Carolina Club. And young Dustin would tell everyone, my goal is to play in the Masters. 43 players in all finished under par for the tournament. Great Masters for John Augustine from Owensboro, Kentucky. But the low amateur is Andy Ogletree, who will be joining us in just a short while down in Butler Cabin. He had his dream come true. Did Andy, getting a chance to play with Tiger. Not once, but 3 rounds. It's a low amateur trophy and the Champions Trophy that will also be handed off here shortly. Quite a day. We waited, what, almost 580 days to get back to Augusta. We're going to be back here in just a little more than 140 doing this all over again. On April the 8th, 2021, it'll start all over again. And many of us already looking forward to that. We've talked a lot during the day about top 12 and ties and what that means. Those who have not already qualified will get invited back. And let me give you the names that this will be meaningful to. Dylan Fratelli, that'll mean something to him. And Corey Connors as well. Well, we're going to be heading down to Butler Cabin, and that time-honored ceremony is coming up next.
I don't know what to say at the moment.
It's, well, having it be such a tough quest to finally win, it feels that much better.
Finally made a bunch of putts, and that was what was fun.
You know, I've never played an entire tournament with my A game, and this is
pretty close.
I really am so proud to have won this great championship.
It's the most nerve-wracking golf course in the world, isn't it?
It's been such a long time coming.
I can't tell you how fortunate I am to win this tournament.
I'm probably as happy as I've ever been in my life.
To win the Masters tournament is just an amazing feeling.
I just really don't know what to say, but come back down out of the clouds one of these days.
I never got this far in my dreams to talk.
I just couldn't be more excited, and I'm kind of at a loss for words, really.
And friends, welcome to Butler Cabin on this record-setting day. I'm here with Augusta National Chairman Fred Ridley, and you have yourself a most meritorious champion who has set the new 72-hole scoring mark, and he's just completed a dream that was formed about 75 miles away from here as a young boy. And we've got a low amateur as well.
It's been a great week, Jim. In March when we postponed the tournament, we didn't know when or even if we would have the Masters. So I think we arrived here with a great sense of appreciation, and everybody was just so excited to be here in November.
It's just been fantastic. I know so many golf enthusiasts who felt like this was such an important thing to have back in their lives. Congratulations to everyone at Augusta National for
Thank you very much.
Being able to have the Masters and have this week like this. And it's just wonderful to see Tiger here and as the defending champion who's going to present the green jacket in just a moment. And of course, he gave everyone one of the great thrills ever in sport. Just 19 months ago. Soon he'll be giving the jacket to Dustin. Congratulations, Dustin. Can't wait to talk to you about that. But here's Andy Ogletree, your low amateur, who, my gosh, what a show he put on this week. I know how much this meant to you to be able to play in the Masters and do what you did. And this whole amateur angle is something that goes so far back, all the way to the very beginning in Augusta history. You know it as a U.S. amateur champion. You played here 3 times as an amateur, how important it is to the club.
That's right, Jim. It goes all the way back to Bobby Jones, our co-founder, and certainly the best amateur ever. I do remember and I do know how special it is for the amateurs to be here, and so I know what Andy's going through right now. He played fantastic this week. Andy, I know you started with a 73. I think you were tied for 61st.
Right.
How motivated were you to be able to get to this point here in Butler Cabin?
Yeah, I mean, going back even a little farther than that, I was 4 over through 4 to start the tournament. I was playing alongside Tiger, kind of let my emotions get the best of me, and just try to keep staying positive, just keep stacking good shots, get some momentum going. And I played some great golf. I didn't do what I wanted to on the weekend, but I still played some great golf and gave myself a lot of opportunities, and learned a lot about my game and myself, and I can't wait to keep moving forward.
You played great. We're very proud of you.
Thank you.
So we had heard all the stories going in about how when you first picked up a club, you wanted to play in the Masters one day, and later that goal was added to. You wanted to be able to play with Tiger. You not only played with him the first 2 days, you got to play with him a 3rd day as well. What was it like playing with Tiger?
Yeah, it was super cool. Going into the first round, I was super nervous, didn't really know what I was going to say, how that conversation was going to go. But on the putting green, Tiger came up and he was like, "What's up, man?" He's like, "Let's go do this thing." And, that kind of got me going and eased my nerves a little bit. And we were able to just go out and play golf and, not really focus on playing with Tiger, but focus on playing in the Masters and trying to do the best that I could.
Well, we saw you with some great highlights, including a long putt that you hold today at 16.
Yeah, that was a good
very
one.
sweet. Yep, that's a great memory. What are your plans now?
I'll be turning pro in the near future. I've kind of done what I wanted to in amateur golf, and this just is a cherry on top for my amateur career. So I can't wait to see what the future holds. But for now, I'm just going to enjoy this moment.
You should. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wonderful to see the way you played. And Fred, you have in a champion here someone I think the entire golf universe is pleased to see, soon to be wearing a green jacket, in Dustin Johnson.
Dustin, your play today and all week was spectacular. Opened with 65, another 65 in the 3rd round. You had a 4-shot lead starting today, and that's got to be tough playing with a big lead like that. What was going through your mind as you went around the golf course? Did you watch the leaderboard?
I tried not to. I did a little bit early. I was, getting off to the start. I did a birdie 3, which was good, and then 4, bogeyed 4 and 5. Even though they weren't like bad shots, I still gave myself good looks for par on both the holes and hit good putts. So, I still didn't let it bother me too much, and then hit a great shot into 6 and made a birdie. That kind of settled me down a little bit, and then after that,
I really drove the ball really well from there to the house. And obviously it's a tough day. It's always tough to get it done in a major. No matter how good you're playing, it's hard. I was nervous all day. I could feel it. I mean, the Masters to me is, it's the biggest tournament. It's the one that I wanted to win the most. And so, yeah, I mean, I felt it all day. And, I'm just very proud of the way I handled myself and the way I finished off the golf tournament.
Well, congratulations again.
Thank you.
And we know from talking to the family that when you were a little boy at your dad's club, you talked about, to anyone who would listen, someday I want to go to Augusta. I want to win it. Your mom, Candy, told us that last night. So now, the dream versus the reality. Here you are. What is that like?
Honestly, it still feels like a dream. As a kid, dreaming about winning the Masters, having Tiger put the green jacket on you, it still seems like it's a dream, but, I'm here and, what a great feeling it is. And, I couldn't be more excited.
We spoke on Wednesday about if you're sitting in here on Sunday afternoon, what's going to be in your heart? Who are you going to be thinking of? And you mentioned all your family, and you mentioned, of course, Austin, and what this 7-year journey together has been like for you two. As you guys, well, you've climbed a lot of mountains together around the world, and you never scaled anything quite as big as what you did today. And to share it with him, we saw the emotion pouring out of Austin on the 18th green. What was that like for you?
It's an unbelievable feeling, to experience all this with my brother. He's been a big help, being on my bag. I love him being on the bag. I wouldn't want anyone else there. To share all these memories and these moments with him, it's incredible. And, having Paulina there today, too, was awesome. But, I had to jab him a little bit on 18 because he was tearing up, made me tear up. I'm like, I still got to finish this off. I can't be crying. So, but it was a lot of fun. I'll remember this for the rest of my life.
And you got in the hole, and you finished 20 under here in 2020, and you set the Masters 72-hole scoring record to boot. I'm sure you probably had no idea of that, but what does that mean to you now to have that mark? You broke the record that had been set by Tiger, later matched by Jordan.
Yeah, it's an incredible feeling. Obviously, I played unbelievable golf all week. The conditions of the course definitely helped the scoring with a little bit, but still played really well today. I thought played really difficult. The wind was very tricky. So, to have the scoring record, shooting 20 under this week, it's a great honor, and I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm so excited that it's hard to even talk.
Yeah, well, you're doing a good job, I will tell you that, and it fits you being a Masters champion. Fred, it's that time.
Well, Tiger, your victory last year was one of the most memorable and emotional moments in the history of this tournament, and I just want to tell you we're so pleased that you're now wearing that green jacket for the 5th time. Congratulations. And we'd be honored if you would place the green jacket on Dustin.
Absolutely. There you go, buddy.
Congratulations, Dustin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very happy for you.
Absolutely.
Well, it certainly fits. The name Dustin Johnson alongside the phrase Masters champion. Spectacular 4 days around here. A pair of 65s, a closing 68. He wins by 5, and he shares it every step of the way with his little brother. Congratulations to Dustin Johnson, the 2020 Masters champion.
We are back live at Augusta. Dustin Johnson has just been awarded his green jacket. He's heading out to the practice putting green for some photo opportunities. They will not have a second presentation as they do in most years. But what a performance it's been over these last 4 days. And he has a second major title, but the one that he wanted the most. He has the green jacket here at Augusta. That's the final stroke. of 268 on the week. Paulina, again, limited this week as far as access you can have for family because his parents were here. And there he is, just a moment ago, having some pictures taken with that beautiful new piece that he'll treasure for a lifetime. Jim Nantz, Nick Faldo, welcome back here to Butler Cabin. And just your thoughts now. It's all kind of sinking in, and I know I was just looking across as I used to at you for 3 different occasions as your mind's just spinning. You know, you're in a different orbit mentally, but he tried to express it, and I thought he did a very fine job. That you know, he set the tournament scoring record, acknowledged the fact the conditions were a little bit easier, but he felt so honored to be able to win this event.
Yeah, you forget, you've done all that concentration today, you know it, but you've done 5 hours of that, and you walk in here and you're meant to just go, you know, and you're taking it all in. Hey, now you've just joined one of the most exclusive clubs in golf. We're all very proud of him. We're going to welcome him. He's a good guy. He puts on this face, you know, on the golf course. The term we would use, you know, water off a duck's back. Doesn't like anything bugs him. But he's a good, fun guy. He has a good little character. I said to him, you know, after he commented he made about sandwiches, that was the #1 thing this week. Before
that was #1 thing he liked most about, I guess.
Before getting the green jacket. For the sandwich, he said, joking. So I just said, well, I'll bring over some English sandwiches. I'll do Fortnum and Masons for him for next year's chair. And he said, do it. And it wasn't like, fine. He said, please, yes. And I said, okay, we'll find a way to make that happen. So he's got a good sense of humour. Bottom line, I know you're going to ask me, what's he going to do next? With all this work ethic he's got, you know, anything. Sky really is the limit for him. When you're playing that well, you just want to tee it up and go and play again.
Well, let's face it, in 144 days from now, April the 8th, is round 1 of the 2021 Masters. That's not far away. I mean, you go back to what he was doing 144 days ago during the summer, he was dominating.
Absolutely.
So we know already who the pre-tournament favorite is here in less than 5 months.
We will be back with CBS in 2 months, amazingly. We start the West Coast swing again.
That's a good point, too.
I mean, once we've done Christmas, we'll be back thinking about talking golf again.
This is outside. Again, they're not going to have the full ceremony. They just have some photo opportunities in front of some of the members who are gathered here. And there he is with the trophy. Let's go through some of the action we saw today. They got a little, I guess you could say, aggressive with his third shot at 2, so he ended up in the bunker, but played a superb bunker shot.
That was very important. This was even more important because Im had just popped one in close, so that was, you know, a nasty little left to right putt.
Well, when he stood on the tee at 6, because he had bogeyed 4 and 5, the lead was down to 1 over Im.
I've always regarded 6 as your barometer on it, where you are in the day, and he fired that in there and makes it 2, as I did against Greg.
And here's another beautiful bunker play at the 7th. So the bunker shots at 2 and 7, a little underrated maybe as key moments in this round.
Absolutely.
At 11, he had this pitch, which can always be a little bit awkward.
He played it well. He actually grabbed a fraction more, because if it wants to run out, it will. This, I thought, was very fortunate. He didn't hit a great 3rd, decided to lay it, but then pops the putt in. So that was absolutely huge.
Into the 14th.
Yeah, now he's on a groove. He's just bust a beautiful drive. And the right-left wind really did help him on that particular hole. Wedge shot in there. I mean, that's what he's so good at. That's what he works so hard at. This is another great example. He decides to lay up again.
Made the birdie putt at 14, and then would leave a putt of similar length for birdie, which he would hold at the 15th.
That's pretty good armor to have, isn't it? If you know you can get reached there in 2, but if you don't, you've got such a fabulous short game, you're still going to do that.
This is that putt at 15. It pretty much slammed the door on anyone else's chances. And then at 18, he had 1 run at the all-time major scoring record in relation to par. That was to get to 21 under, but why go to 21 when you're living in 2020?
Absolutely. At least we go out in 2020 with a smile on our face.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's nice to have a bright spot in this otherwise crazy year. wonderful moment right there. The family will always cherish that shot. Let's go to Amanda.
Jim, it's now official. Dustin, you are wearing the green jacket. If you could tell the younger you, don't worry, in 2020, Tiger Woods will be putting the green jacket on you for your second major as you grew up just an hour away from here. What would you tell him, and would you believe it?
I definitely wouldn't believe you, or wouldn't believe myself. You know, it's a dream come true. It's, you know, as a kid, you know, always dreamed about, you know, being a Masters champion.
It's okay.
It's hard to talk.
You've earned this right.
But, you know, it's just incredible, obviously, as you can tell. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. I think the overwhelming message when I talk to your team, it's that you care so much and you work so hard. It's just that not a lot of us get to see it. Could you give us just a peek behind the curtain as to why all of this emotion is there? Because I know it's because of how hard you work.
I've never had this much trouble gathering myself.
It's okay.
On the golf course, I'm pretty good at it. Out here, I'm not. Yeah, I do. I put in a lot of hard work. I've got a great team who, Jesus, who gives it, I can't even talk.
You know, but Bubba Watson has showed us that tears are absolutely allowed here at Augusta National. Dustin, take this one in. Congratulations. Jim, let's take it back to you.
Well, I think that's one of the greatest things I've ever seen, Dustin Johnson right there. You know, you get so many people that question what's inside these players' hearts. It's so easy these days to post a thought or a comment on some site or social media, and people feel good about themselves for trying to tear down these talented people who work so hard. And the fire that's inside of him, you just saw it right there. That was just a reflection on how much it meant, how hard he's worked for it. And in that whole group, I know he wanted to thank us. I heard him say it on Wednesday. Yeah. His mom and dad, his grandparents, of course, Paulina and the boys, his brother Austin and his wife Sam, David Winkle, his manager, and the Harmons, Claude and Claude Harmon III. I hope I did him justice there.
The whole physical team as well. He's been a pioneer of taking golf to a new level physically. And, you know, it just shows you what, unfortunately, I'm in this one there, but it just shows you what it means to win.
And how much did it mean to you to see him choked up like that?
I'm choked up.
Yep, I think we all are. Congratulations to Dustin Johnson. He's taken his enormous talents and I think his fan base to a whole new level today. Just by what you saw right there, as well as how he played all week. What a gift to be able to have the Masters in our life. It took us 7 months after the original date to get here. And Dustin Johnson, his life will never be the same. I just want to say, on behalf of Lance Barrow, the CBS golf team says so long. From Augusta, Georgia, Dustin Johnson is your champion. Jim Nantzer, Nick Faldo from Butler Cabin in Augusta, Georgia, exclusively for CBSSports.com, reporting on the 2020 Masters, where 20 under par is the winning score. It belongs to Dustin Johnson, world #1, takes the title here by 5. It's a second career major for him. It got close. It got down from a 4-shot lead overnight down to 1 through 5 holes today. But then Dustin just too strong, too consistent in all facets of his game, and he is a most worthy, I believe, man to join you and others is now in a Masters champion.
Absolutely. We're very proud to have him as our champion now. I mean, he played like a champion. It's a long week. He came in as one of the favourites at the beginning of the week. That's another thing to deal with. An awful lot of talk about the driver going miles, and he said, I spoke to him on the range on Wednesday. He said, no, I'm happy, play my own game. I've got the driver I like, I've got the game I like. Chatted with his brother, said he's the finest field player on tour. I thought that was quite a statement, you know, because he's worked so hard on those wedges. There's a lot of trust in that camp. And you go out and you play, and you know, on Sunday it doesn't quite go to plan at the start. Just a couple of little shots, puts himself under pressure. A couple of great bunker shots at the 2nd and the 7th. Wonderful iron shot down the 6th, which I managed to do moons ago as well. And it gives you that real good confidence that my iron shot is on. And then once you got the groove of the driver, that was it. He was back in his comfort zone.
Well, shooting 20 under par is 268. That breaks by 2 the 72-hole scoring mark that had belonged to Tiger initially and later co-joined by Jordan Spieth. So he sets the mark there. He ties the all-time major championship record in relation to par of 20 under, tying a Stenson and Jason Day mark that had been established at an Open and a PGA. But where does this take him now? Now that he's gotten number 2 to go with his U.S. Open win at Oakmont in 16, where does this take Dustin Johnson looking into the future?
He has a very enviable quality. The fact is, he's a water off duck's back, isn't it? He deals with things that we say, well, that's because of his characters and style and what's really going on. But as we saw it, you know, the passion to play, the passion to win. Yes, all he wants to do is win golf tournaments. He's incredibly, you know, his work ethic is fantastic, physically, technically, and you put all of that together. I mean, and you've got to believe a man 36 years old has got another 10 years, and who knows? He's got the strength. He's not looking for anything else. Very comfortable in his own game. Got his brother on the bag. I think he's got the job for life.
No question.
Most definitely. And you know, hey, it's a very difficult thing because we know the knife edge of this game. But right now, he is more than likely can have a great run through as we start back up. We're back here in 4 months' time or 5 months' time. We start the tour probably in 2 months' time. He could be the dominant golfer for a couple more years, quite easily.
When we started the majors in August at the PGA, there's going to be a run of 11 of them. 11 majors to be, or 7 majors to be contested in 11 months.
Yeah,
and you said this, somebody can make a career in here.
Absolutely.
Now you think about it, Morikawa, DeChambeau, these are all rising stars.
Yeah.
DJ is a star. Next up will be the Masters again.
That's very important.
And then the PGA goes to Kiowa. He's from South Carolina. And he knows how to play those courses. Went to Coastal Carolina up in Myrtle Beach. And then the U.S. Open is at a big course, Torrey Pines, where he knows how to play. And then the Open Championships at Royal St. George's, where he was a runner-up to Darren Clark. So who knows? I mean, he could have, just looking directly ahead, he could have a remarkable
No, I'll tell you something else. When they announced that the Masters was going to happen, and we were going to go Masters, I thought somebody could go back-to-back. Well, there is a very worthy champion. Not many people would bet against me on that one. He could quite possibly join another very exclusive club that I'm in. So, yeah, I'll go and put a couple of sandwiches on it, I promise you.
That's a deal.
That's what we'll be serving at next year's Champions Dinner, sandwiches.
Yeah, so, that's Dustin's favorite secret thing about Augusta are the sandwiches. Well, Nick, it's been fun calling you all year long, especially this week. Fantastic job.
That's true. That's the end of our season.
I look forward to seeing you on the West Coast, as well as all of our crew. All right. We'll say goodbye for now from Augusta National. We'll see you back here in 144 days. And remember, for continuing coverage of all things golf, stay with us at CBSSports.com. Congratulations to Dustin Johnson.